I solemnly and sincerely promise that we'll always promote all that will advance the Republic and oppose all that may harm it.
Fears of the Y2K bug are keeping many people grounded.
No one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself.
Tonight, for the sake of our unity as a people and the strength of our democracy, I offer my concession.
This smoke is now all that is left of the extraordinary and fine and gorgeous, beautiful, sumptuous buildings that were the World Trade Center.
Just before 8 o'clock Texas time, the Space Shuttle Columbia was just about to finish a picture-perfect 16-day scientific mission. The astronauts' families were by the runway in Florida, poised for a great reunion. Instead, this was the picture that we all saw.
Saddam Hussein was captured Saturday, December 13th at about 8:30 p.m. local.
What is the Facebook exactly?
It's an online directory that connects people through universities and colleges through their social networks there.
Over the next few hours, the tsunami would crash over coastlines from Southeast Asia to East Africa.
London's entire underground network has been closed after an explosion at Aldgate Underground Station in the east of the city.
Israeli troops have started their withdrawal from Gaza after Israel and Hamas militants declared an end to their 3-week conflict.
The Islamic group Hamas won a majority in the elections with 44% of the vote.
Step 1 is using your digits to unlock the iPhone's much-hyped features.
We've had load shedding since 2007, and it's crazy, man.
In Annapolis, President Bush prompting Israeli President Ehud Olmert and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas to shake hands twice.
From the sunshine, we shine together. Told you I'll be here forever.
South Africa once again in front of President Mbeki. On the brink of history. They're about to become world champions. John Smith and his team are the winners here in the Stade de France.
Lehman Brothers is going bankrupt, and financial markets from Asia to Europe are doing their utmost to prevent Monday from turning from dark to black.
Senator Barack Obama of Illinois will be the next president of the United States.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
They've sent us a message that they can take whatever they want. We will send them a message that this is our land.
Jacob Zuma, sworn in as South Africa's 4th democratically elected president.
Taylor, what's he say? It's a really good ball. It's Shabalala.
First images of an Israeli soldier after his release. Gilad Shalit, now 25, part of a prisoner exchange between Israel and Hamas.
They call it the Arab Spring. Protests spread across the region.
Oppan Gangnam Style.
From speaking to some of the miners here in Marikana, they felt that the politicians had a very large role to play in how the tragedy unfolded.
Nelson Mandela has died. Mandela was among the towering figures of the 20th century, the man who led the battle against apartheid in South Africa.
South African Blade Runner Oscar Pistorius' murder trial is due to start on Tuesday.
11 people have been confirmed dead in an attack on the controversial French satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo.
The people of Britain have spoken, voting for a British exit, dubbed Brexit.
Donald J. Trump will become the 45th president of the United States.
It is time to officially recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
I declare the Honorable Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa duly elected President of the Republic of South Africa.
They have declared their marriage by the joining of hands and by the giving and receiving of rings. I therefore proclaim that they are husband and wife.
Notre Dame de Paris, flames leaping from the ancient timbers in its roof, raging out of control, threatening the entire structure.
You must take your place in the circle of life.
South Africa are World Cup winners in 2019.
Coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know. A Washington state resident fell ill after returning from Wuhan, China, where the outbreak began.
The Abraham Accord are ringing in a new era of Middle Eastern politics. On Tuesday, the 15th of September, UAE and Bahrain became the new Arab states to establish full diplomatic ties with Israel after 2 decades.
Joseph R. Biden Jr. is elected the 46th President of the United States.
Thousands of supporters of President Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol building, venting their anger at the victory of Joe Biden in the presidential election.
Looting has spread from stores to factories and warehouses, ransacking and rioting in South Africa's worst violence since apartheid. Protests started with the jailing of former South African President Jacob Zuma.
Ukraine woke to explosions around the capital, Kiev. It was the same across the country.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Having any fun yet?
A number of tech firms are working on the future of chatbots, an AI platform trained to engage in conversation, and one in particular has gone viral. It's called ChatGPT from the firm OpenAI.
Israel's right-wing government under mounting pressure at home and abroad. Demonstrators back on the streets, the latest in a months-long wave of protests against government plans to weaken the Israeli Supreme Court.
The October 7th attack shocked the world when Hamas and other Palestinian militant groups broke through the Gaza-Israel barrier that day. They not only massacred over 1,000 Israelis and took hundreds more hostage, they also ignited a complex war that continues to keep the Middle East on edge.
But it's over! It's over! It's a 4th Rugby World Cup for South Africa.
this election has made plain is that the people of South Africa expect their leaders to work together to meet their needs.
Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House as this country's 47th president.
Welcome to the Absa Jewish Achiever Awards 2024. To kick off proceedings, please welcome to stage Chairperson of the SA Jewish Report and Chair of the Absa Jewish Achiever Awards Committee, Howard Sackstein.
Well, what a 25 years it's been for the world, for the Jewish Report newspaper, and for the Jewish Achiever Awards. But if you think about it, when we gathered in this room last year, it was a very different scenario. We gathered for the Jewish Achiever Awards, and we gathered in the face of a looming war. Our wounds were wet. Our grief was palatable. And over the past year, so much and so little has changed. You know, they say that Jews don't have history. What we have instead is we have memory. And so we remember our exodus from Egypt, and as at the Seder table we recount the story of our exodus from Egypt, we do so as if we ourselves were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt. When we talk about the attempted genocide of Jews by Haman in Persia, we do so as if we were going to be the victims of Haman. And in a month's time, when we light those Hanukkah candles, we will light them to commemorate our own liberation, the throwing off of colonial oppression, and the rekindling in the temple of our holy light at the Holy of Holies. Because our past is our present. Somehow we intertwined 3,000 years of Jewish history into a remarkable present and our dreams for a better future. And although tonight we are celebrating only the 25th anniversary of the Absa Jewish Achiever Awards, we recognize that Jews have been in South Africa for at least 125 years. Our hearts and our souls beat to the rhythm of Africa. It is in this time that we have built this country, that we've dug deep into the soil of Africa, that we've been its refugees, we have been its laborers, we've been its trade union movement. We have fought in its wars, we have risen for freedom in the streets of the city, and we have built its stores, we've healed its sick, we've drafted its laws, and we fed the poor. We are this nation's shopkeepers, its professionals, its entrepreneurs, its Nobel laureates. And I can honestly say with unbridled arrogance that we can ask the question, where would South Africa be today if not for this Jewish community? We are intertwined into the very fabric, into the DNA of this country. Today and tonight we stand on the shoulders of the legends that have come before us. Unbridled by our nation's dark past and history, and enormously proud of absolutely everything that we as a community have achieved in this country. But we didn't arrive in this nation as privileged colonists. We arrived as penniless refugees. We were fleeing persecution and we were fleeing pogroms when we arrived here into an inhospitable nation divided by a troubled present. And it was here that we flourished and took root. We traveled from town to town, smosing goods. We labored on farms. We worked in sweatshops, busy sewing suits. And we wandered through townships selling coal. We didn't just build businesses. We built society. We built a nation. And just as John Vorster and Hendrik Verwoerd stood at the docks in Cape Town trying to prevent Jews from coming to South Africa because we were not white, and the clubs of privilege put up signs that said, no Jews, no dogs, it didn't matter to us. Barney Bonato, who donated a full block of the center of Johannesburg to build the Rand Club, was denied entry into the club because he was Jewish by the very people who took his land as a gift. We didn't seek their approval then, and we don't seek their approval today. We are the moral beacon of this country. And so here at the Absa Jewish Achiever Awards, we celebrate not only our new winners, but we celebrate tonight 25 years of people that we recognize, the remarkable icons of this nation. That's what we'll be celebrating tonight. And I say with unabridged arrogance, because we have to ask ourselves, where would we be as a people? Would we have a mining community without Alfred Beit, or Barney Bonato, or Ernest Oppenheimer, or Lionel Phillips, or Sir Mick Davis, or Ivan Glasenberg? Would we even have a stock exchange if it were not for Sammy Marks, the first great industrialist of South Africa, before even the days of Bidvest and the remarkable empire that was built by Brian Joffe? Would we have supermarkets if not for Checkers and ShopRite and Pick n Pay and Woolworths and OK Bazaars? And where would we shop if not for Mr. Price and Foschini and Woolworths and Truworths and Ellerins and the core groups and Clicks and Dis-Chem or At Home? Would we have shopping centers if not for Donnie Gordon and Michael Rapp? Where would we insure without Liberty and Discovery, or go on holiday without Saul Kersner and Arthur Gillis? Would we even have the internet without Dave Frankel and the Apteker brothers, or hospitals without Jackie Shevel, Morty Sachs, and Richard Friedland? And in the struggle against apartheid, where would we have been without a Joe Slovo, a Ruth First, an Arthur Goldreich, a Harold Walpy, a Dennis Goldberg, and in Parliament, when there was one single person who was willing to stand up against apartheid, where would we be if not for Helen Suzman? So many in our community who have risked so much for a better society. So we ask, would we have a constitution without Arthur Chasselson and Albie Sachs? Would we have even written the Freedom Charter in Kliptown if not for the Jewish community? And would we have places to eat if not for Nando's and Spur and McDonald's? Or things to drink without SA breweries? Or maybe even the 1 million people in South Africa who get their clean, fresh drinking water from Sivanya Ari? That is the contribution that our community has done to South Africa. Because not only that, we have fed the poor through Operation Hunger and the Kamala Bantu and Africa Tikkun and the Angel Network and the Kirsch family. This is what we are proud of. And when we think of culture, where would we be today without Johnny Clegg, Le Zulu Blanc, or the biting humor and drag of Peter Dirk Ace, or the drawings of William Kentridge, or Urba Stern's paintings, or the cartoons of Dorf Fedler, or the writings of Nadine Gordimer, or maybe even the photography of David Goldblatt? Would we even have a steel industry without the Kaplans, without the Samsons, without the Barneses today? Because in truth, we are the DNA of this nation. We are the intel inside. We are the trailblazers and the innovators. We have been the engine behind the growth of what South Africa is today. My list is long, and your evening is short. And so I ask for forgiveness that I haven't mentioned the thousands, actually the 10,000s of South African Jews who have made this country greater than our country's own potential. And tonight, we celebrate and we recognize the building of this nation, not just alone, but together with so many of our partners. Together with Absa, our title sponsor, we have seen a bank so absolutely committed to telling the inspiring stories, the stories that matter about South Africa. They bank us so we can sleep at night. They fund our businesses so we can employ people and families can be fed. They are the very epitome of a bank that builds a nation. Absa have been our partners in this holy mission for more than 20 years, to find the unique, the extraordinary, and to celebrate the creation of role models for all of South Africa. And we wish to thank our other sponsors this evening, people who've joined us in this mission, to people so committed to the development of this nation, to the Kirsch family for everything that you've done to all of us, to the Ellerins, to the Lubners, to the Ichakovitzes, to the Mann family, and to Europcar, who are so determined to create woman leadership role models for our community. I thank you all. You will see that Johnny Walker and Baxberg family wines will keep you all well liquidized and maybe lubricated this evening. I want to give thanks to our teams of organizers. Events like this don't happen without a lot of hard work. To my organizing committee, to our event managers, to the more than 300 people who are working here this evening, to the CSO and Hatsola who are keeping you safe, to the 5 panels of judges, 35 judges in total, who waded through 825 nominations, which we received from members of the public. Each one of those nominations was scrutinized, were evaluated, were looked at, and 92 people were interviewed to make sure that tonight we can bring you 11 remarkable winners. And in conclusion, I want to say it's been a hard 14 months. In those 14 months, I've witnessed things that I never believed I would ever see in my lifetime. I've seen the rise of racist Jew hatred in South Africa and around the world that I believed was impossible in the modern era. But you know something? It does not matter. We are a resilient people that has survived 3,000 years of oppression. We are a people that will not slumber, nor will we sleep until we bring a better world to South Africa and to the people around the world. We are the ripples of hope in a river of debris. And our job is to turn those ripples of hope into a tsunami of love. And so, Chief Rabbi, Honored Rabbonim, we're so delighted to have members of the cabinet present this evening, members of parliament present this evening, members of the diplomatic corps, but most important, we have filled this room with friends and people we absolutely adore and love, the pillars of our community and our friends and allies who are standing up tonight to celebrate the best that our community has to offer everyone. And I ask you all to please join us as we sing a song, a prayer for peace. Thank you very much.
אשיב מבוטח תתאפר כאן לא יועילו לו שמחת הניצחון ולא שירי הלל לכן רק שירו שיר השלום אל תיחשו תפילה מוטב תשירו שיר השלום בצעקה גדולה השמש לחדור מבעד לפרחים אל תביטו לאחור הניחו להולכים שאו עיניים בתקווה לדרך כוונות שיר שיר לאהבה ולא למלחמות אל תגידו יום יבוא אפילו את היום כי לא חלומנו ברחוב הכיכרות עלינו לשלום לכן רק שירו שיר השלום אל תיחשו תפילה מוטב תשירו שיר השלום בצעקה גדולה תנו לשמש לעלות לבוקר להאיר הזעקה שבתפילות אותנו לא תחזיר מי השם קבע לרוב ובאהבה נאמן בחימה לא יאירו לא יחזירו לך לכן רק שירו שיר השלום אל תיחשו תפילה מוטב תשירו שיר השלום בצעקה גדולה So to sing a song of peace don't hold back in your breath it's best to sing a song of peace that song with pride and
Please welcome your host for the evening, comedian Nick Rabinovitz.
Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Jewish achievers, overachievers, underachievers, as well as non-Jewish achievers who've still achieved despite not having Jewish mothers. Welcome to this, the 25th Jewish Achievers Awards 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, please also give it up for yourselves. Well done, everybody, for leaving their houses on a Sunday afternoon. Come on, give yourselves a round of applause. That's an achievement. Except obviously those watching online from Glen Hazel who thought, I'm not schlepping to Sandton. No one I know is even nominated. Someone just put it on in the background. Those people are watching as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please give it up for the Waverley Choir and Howard Saxton as well, the driving force behind this awards, for that rousing speech and for saying we are the DNA of this nation. Guys, I had my DNA tested not so long ago, and it actually came back 97% Ashkenazi and 3% Siberian, because apparently my third great grandmother was speed dating a Cossack on the back of a horse in Minsk. What an honor to be here this evening hosting the Jewish Achievers on this numerologically significant date, November the 17th, 2024. And if you look at those numbers, 171124, and you add those numbers together, Chief Rabbi, back me up here, you get 16, which in Jewish mystical numerology symbolizes donating money to the synagogue. So it's wonderful. Of course, today's Roman calendar date also corresponds to the Hebrew calendar. It is, Chief, if I'm right, the 16th of Cheshvan, 5785 in the Hebrew calendar. 5785, of course, corresponding to the total number of years that we, as the Jewish people, have been worried that something bad was going to happen. And we were right. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of housekeeping things before we move into the formalities. There will be service happening during the awards, as we have an online audience watching, and I quote from the script, "We cannot stop feeding people." It's something we're still working through with our therapist, Dr. D. She thinks it might be a fetish or to do with our high cholesterol, but just to let you know about that. Also, please feel free to visit the bar throughout, especially in the event of losing your category. There are waiters at the back of the room. They're at the back if you need anything at all throughout the evening, even something like an Urbanol or a Zainol, if your category is coming up and you can't manage the anxiety, or you just have anxiety in general, which statistically 80% of us here tonight have. So, ladies and gentlemen, also we want to greet our online audience. Let's all join them in saying hello, Toronto, New York, London, Melbourne, Tel Aviv, Sydney, and my favorite, Connecticut, which is our very own South African COVID ground zero. I don't want to mention any names, the Frankels. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually wonderful to be back. I haven't hosted these awards, I believe it is for 14 years, since 2010. And as we saw in the video, 2010, of course, it feels like an age ago. It was it was a simpler time, let's say that, wasn't it? It was a simpler time. Back then, Rabbi and Rebbetzin Kievman only had one kid. President Zuma only had 2 wives. And Helen Ziller still had wrinkles. So it was just... And I want to also just share with you that, as many of you know, I don't have a traditional Jewish upbringing. In fact, I was raised amongst Xhosa speakers. I was sort of like the white sheep of their family, and I was actually raised by a remarkable woman. She actually carried me on her back. Oh, halala. In fact, I was raised, I actually, this is Duko. Is Duko some Guhade Bochrot Pom, Timkulin, Tabana, Somino Pungane, Mashabat Nafuza Fulala. Jews, don't panic, I'm just saying hi to the Jews of color. And so I was raised by Unon Zwagazi, and I'll never forget one morning, she was carrying me on her back, and she looked up at me and said, Puti unzima, meaning, you getting heavy. And then she dropped me right there. Tony, on my 17th birthday. I'll never forget. That's the privilege I suffered from a young age. And I actually grew up on a farm, and we weren't typical 4th generation suburban Woolies Jews. We were hunter-gatherer forest Jews, and I actually hunted guinea fowl from the age of about 14. I was feeding my family for weeks on end until the guinea fowl supply ran out, and then we would have to go to Woolies, because sometimes you hunt and sometimes you gather. And my dad tragically passed away in 2009. But he did a remarkable thing. He left 20% of the farm to a number of families of laborers, many of whom have been there for 3 decades or more. And it worked out at a number of hectares, and it was one of the first land restitution cases in the Constantia Valley, and it's something we're very proud of as a family. And I'm so sorry, guys, but we were actually renting the whole time. We didn't own, I don't even know what a hectare is. We didn't We didn't own a thing, we rented. We were poor whites, but we were still white, so we could afford to be poor. And that joke normally works much better with a non-white audience. And I know it's a disappointing end to that story, because I think halfway through that story, we were all really inspired. Some of you applauded when my dad gave back the land. And I don't want to be flippant about it. I do think that it's important we look at land restitution, and the room just suddenly went like this. And what I'm saying is that even if you're a farmer and you have to give back the family farm, it's going to be traumatic. But I'm just saying, you will recover. You'll feel much better after 5 or 6 generations. And I'm not saying, look, I bought a plot in Constantia a number of years ago, and the neighbor sold us their garden, and they were responsible for building the wall down the middle. And they, Honorable Leon, they built that wall slightly skew, just by a couple of degrees. And our architect came to us and he said, this wall's skew, and these people have stolen 2.5 square meters of your land. Now, people of color, I'm not saying I know how you feel. I'm just saying that I strongly believe that certain people need to strongly consider giving back the land, especially my neighbors, the Chabalalas. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, on behalf of our headline sponsors, Managing Executive, Private Banking at Absa, my neighbor and yours, John Chabalala. Thank you, John.
Our stories begin right here, and we never write them alone. Sometimes we write them with someone who puts our story first. Other times with someone who puts their own story first. There'll be pages we love to read again and again, and some we'll barely remember. Sometimes we feel like the hero of our story, and other times, not. There are stories of dreamers, stories of creators, stories of strivers, stories of believers, and we're inspired by them all. That's why we invite you to write your story with us. Your story matters, Absa.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and all our dignitaries. Thank you for joining us at this momentous occasion. From our side as Absa, a very warm welcome to all of you. It is hard to believe that we have entered the final stretch of 2024. As I reflect on the past year and think about our conversations with some of our clients, the stakeholders, as well as the green shoots that have been emerging in our economy, I cannot help but feel a sense of optimism about the possibilities ahead of us. Tonight is also an apt opportunity to look in the rearview mirror and acknowledge the journey thus far. For a quarter of a century, the Jewish Achiever Awards have acknowledged individuals who have excelled in the arts field, the business, the humanities, and the community upliftment. As we reflect on this milestone, we are reminded of the power of collaboration and commitment to social impact. And so it is appropriate to pause and to celebrate the achievements of the nominees and the winners of the 25th Jewish Achiever Awards. Woven through each of their stories is a golden thread, one of dedication, ingenuity, and perseverance, and an ability to rise above the setbacks and the obstacles. It is stories of agility, bravery, and conviction. May tonight, ladies and gentlemen, be a celebration of their hard work, determination, and success, and a timely reminder of what we can achieve collectively. Yet, even as we celebrate, let's also take a moment to pause and think about the contribution each of us can make in the achievements and the communities in which we live and work, how we can step up our efforts to make an impact. From Absa's perspective, we have been resolute in our commitment to making our purpose come to life. Whether through providing financial solutions or supporting initiatives that empower the communities, we remain dedicated to ensuring that we play our part in empowering the people to write their own stories of success. It is with this in mind that earlier this year we launched our reimagined brand positioning, Your Story Matters. We believe every story holds significance regardless of its scale. Our goal is to ensure that the stories of our stakeholders are not only heard, but also supported with tailored solutions beyond banking. And so I would like to take a moment to share some of the examples of how we are taking active steps to make this strapline a reality. Recognizing a critical role that small and medium enterprises play is an integral part of an inclusive and dynamic economic ecosystem. We acknowledge the importance of supporting them holistically. This commitment extends beyond traditional financial support. It involves building an ecosystem that nurtures success and fosters sustainable growth. Our challenge, and indeed our opportunity, is to create an environment where these businesses can thrive, not in isolation, but as an integral part of an inclusive and dynamic economic system. Against this background, we have done extensive work to craft solutions that specifically address the needs of women and youth entrepreneurs, including access to finance and access to market and access to non-financial support, including training and opportunities to network with industries and experts and other entrepreneurs. However, we know that no single entity can address the challenges facing the small and medium enterprises on its own. This is why, as Absa, we place a strong emphasis on strategic partnerships. By collaborating with various government agencies, private sector players, and international organizations, we aim to create a supportive environment where the SMEs can thrive. We also work with our partners to further extend opportunities to our youth and women-owned SME businesses to access other learning and networking opportunities. A powerful example of such initiative is Absa's partnership with Visa to launch the 2024 She's Next program. She's Next is a global advocacy program that aims to support women-owned small businesses through funding, training, and mentorship. The program extends beyond conventional business paradigms to champion meaningful impact towards the progress of women across societies. Amidst our continued efforts to become the bank of the entrepreneur, we also support the entrepreneurs with non-financial services through various enterprise development initiatives. Another powerful example is our collaboration with the Quebecer social enterprise, which has allowed us to contribute to our communities in a meaningful way. Quebecer's mission of advancing education, economic opportunities, and environmental sustainability through bicycles is one that we firmly believe in. Since first getting involved with the Quebecer 5 years ago, roughly 5,000 bicycles have been distributed to peoples across the country through this collaboration. Supplying these bicycles to children facilitates learner mobility, reduce the time spent getting to school, while increasing productivity, engagement, and academic performance. Given the specific challenges the youth in South Africa is facing, no stone should be left unturned to ensure that children receive quality education and the necessary skills to succeed in the rapidly changing world of work. There are many more such examples, but I hope that this gives you some insight into our journey of continuously asking how we can add value and empower our individual and business clients, stakeholders, and the communities in which, as Absa, we do business. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I think the stories of this year's nominees and the winners similarly demonstrates impactful excellence, and I would like to congratulate all of you. Thank you for going the extra mile in your respective areas. You have done us proud as Absa. We look forward to celebrating your success. Please enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much, John. And please would you share some of the avocados that are now on your side of the fence instead of mine. I'd also like to say to Absa that we are doubly grateful for Absa's support. Not only does it make all of this possible, it also serves to undermine the Jewish monopoly capital "we run the world" narrative. Because if only that were true, we would just fund this whole thing ourselves. And why don't we? Anti-Semitic haters will say, it's because you guys want to hoard your wealth. And I have to say, they're not entirely wrong. Even a broken anti-Semite is right twice a day. I'd also like to personally thank Absa, John, for putting me back on my feet 20 years ago. You guys repossessed my car. And now, to present our very first award for the night, it is the Absa Business Icon Award. I'd like to introduce Tsogo High School's greatest export since Patrice Motsepe, Tim Modise, and Sol Kersner. I'm not sure if he went to Tsogo High School, but he potentially did. A woman with the longest title in South African banking. Please welcome Managing Executive Strategy and Client Value Management Relationship Banking at Absa, Sana Gumede. Where are you, Sana? Oh, there she's coming from a very long way away. I'd also like to share with you that Sana spent 5 years working at Investec. So she basically qualifies for one of tonight's awards as well. Please welcome Sana Gumede.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our marketing team is going to have a field day with that comment, Nick, tomorrow. Such an honor and privilege to present the winner of the Absa Business Icon Award, Dion Friedland.
I always loved doing things when people said it can't be done.
He has more energy than anybody you'll meet in the rest of your life. Now that sounds like an overstatement, it is not. He doesn't turn off like the average person does, with ideas that never stop flowing.
You are the only person I know, Dion, who can follow you into a revolving door and still come out ahead of you.
On my 15th birthday, I started work at the OK Bazaars. It was a Saturday morning. I worked there 15, 16, I matriculated at 16, and then I went to stay with a friend of mine, Lionel Scher, in Germiston for first year at Wits. Lionel Scher ran a low-price discount clothing store. Lionel's father, Jaime Scher, wanted me to come back every Saturday to work and be the cashier. And I said to him one day, Jaime, will you sell me some shirts and stuff even cheaper because I'll resell them to the other students at university? He said, of course. I bought some shirts and then started recruiting people to resell for me, and I gave them an extra discount if they resold. So I ended up with about 20 people selling for me, various people, a school teacher, university students, a guy who worked for an electrical wholesaler distributor, Globe Electrical. He told Alec Natus, who was the boss who owned Globe Electrical, about me, and Alec said he wants to meet me. I went in and Alec gave me a suitcase of samples and said, look, go and find us more customers. And one of my customers had a little bicycle shop in Braamfontein. He had a tiny shop, 400 square feet. I had saved up 1,000 Rand. I rented half of his shop, and I took the 1,000 Rand and I bought kettles and irons and radios and things like that. That's effectively became my first retail outlet. Then I opened a second one in Rosebank. We sold the company to Greatermans. Greatermans at that time was the second biggest retailer after OK Bazaars. I saw a little building in Yeovil. I bought that, and that became my first Dion store. Shopping hours in South Africa were very limited at that time. Well, I decided that I'm going to stay open some nights and I'm going to stay open on Saturday afternoons, and I think sometimes we were open on a Sunday with a special promotion. The police would come to the shop, they fine me, they give me tickets to pay fines, and I paid fines, but we stayed open. We advertised, we promoted, we did a lot of business, so I didn't mind paying the fines, and eventually they stopped fining me. And retail hours in South Africa became extended because of that.
Discount prices, discount credit, because a promise we make is a promise we keep.
After I sold the company Dion Stores, I sold out to Nadie Kirsch, and then Nadie sold it to Russ Fern, which was part of Russell's Furnishers, and Russell sold it to somebody else. It ended up in Macro's hands, and sadly, the different managements ran it into the ground.
I'll never forget the quote from my father. It takes a lifetime to build a reputation, and you can destroy it in an instant. He's the one guy I could not keep up with, and I'm high energy. But there was never an end to what DM would do in the day and the night.
I was a consultant in America for some of the big retailers. Retailers like Sam Walton, who I'd met in America at the discount store conventions. Sam and I became friendly. We used to play tennis before the conference started in the morning. And at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when everyone went into the bar to drink after the lectures ended, Sam and I would get into a rented motor car and we'd drive around and visit the big retailers, discount retailers in the Miami area where the conference was. He was a wonderful correspondent. He never stopped writing. I've got a whole bunch of his letters here. Sam kept thanking me for all the help I was giving him and ideas. He'd always write to me, our sales only increased 4% last month. What can we do to get a bigger increase, and this and that and all kinds of stuff. And finally he said he's coming to South Africa. And he came to South Africa with his wife, spent 5 days studying my stores. And he was quite a very remarkable guy, very down to earth, didn't spend any money. He was too cheap, as it were, with saving money to have his own hotel room. So he shared rooms with whoever went with him. And when I went to stay at his home, in my bathroom, he had a big glass bowl of soap from Holiday Inn, Howard Johnson's, all the cheap hotels where they stayed. He used to bring the soap home. The richest man in America brought the soap home. I started a hotel from the Caribbean called Capchaluca. He has a little newsletter. It was ranked the #1 hotel in the Caribbean for 5 years in a row by Harper's report. Customers were all the movie stars, the famous sports people. You can't believe who I met there at the hotel. In 1987, when the stock market collapsed, I lost a lot of my money. After that, I only invested in hedge funds for the next 6 years. My returns compounded at 43% a year for 6 years. So my friends were coming to me saying, invest for me, and I decided it was too difficult to invest individually for different people. So I started a hedge fund of funds company called Magnum Funds. Having come from the retail industry where we had the big retail associations and the discount store convention and so on, the National Mass Retailers Association, you met all the people, but there was nothing like that in the hedge fund industry. So I started first the Fund of Funds Association, and then I converted that to the Hedge Fund Association. And that's active in many countries around the world today. I'm in the art business. I started an art business where we only sell to galleries and other galleries. We don't sell direct to the public.
I don't know if you can teach somebody how to become an entrepreneur, because you've got to be creative, you've got to have drive. How do you teach that? Only your parents, the way they bring you up. In my case, I think the way I was brought up made me fight for things, do things, turn me into an entrepreneur.
I have a company called Radical Waters in South Africa that I didn't start, but I invested, and eventually I invested so much in the company I had to take it over. That company uses green technology, and we convert water and salt into a detergent and a disinfectant. And we're used, for example, by Coca-Cola in about 26 different countries.
There is never an end to his desire for achievement, the ability to accomplish it, and the pleasure that comes from actually achieving it, where the average person can't even dream about.
I already know what should go on your tombstone. Real simple. Second is last.
I'm world bodybuilding champion 16 times, Mr. Universe 22 times Mr. Europe 25. Life goes on. I'm 81. I'm still healthy. I'm still bodybuilding. Unsuccessful people know everything. Successful people never stop learning. This was March 4th, 1996. That tells you everything about me. I thrive on impossible challenges. Thanks to both Absa and the Jewish Report for this award. Apologies for not being here in person, but 2 days ago I had hernia surgery in Miami and will be back in South Africa by the end of the year. Almost 40 years ago, I sold Dion Stores. Dion Stores changed the retailing landscape in South Africa in many ways. Much lower prices, extended shopping hours, also weekend shopping on Sundays and Saturday afternoons are some of the changes I brought about despite numerous fines imposed for trading after hours and threats of prosecution for breaking resale price maintenance. At that time, manufacturers set the retail price, so they would not sell directly to me because I was drastically undercutting the retail prices they set. Dion guaranteed that we would refund customers the difference and give them a free bottle of champagne if they found a lower price elsewhere. As a result of manufacturers not supplying me, initially I had to pay cash to buy merchandise through third parties. However, with success came buying power, so eventually even the largest brand of TVs in South Africa could not refuse an order for 10,000 TV sets. My message to you is, ignore others who say it can't be done. It usually can be done if you are determined. I benefited and learned a huge amount from Natie Kirsch, an incredible and tenacious businessman, who was the first of two investors in Rave Stores, my predecessor company to Dion Stores. 6 years after I started Rave Stores, we sold Rave to Greatermans, then the second biggest retailer in South Africa. Greatermans owned department stores, Checkers, and Ackermans. A year after selling Rave, I started Dion Stores, and after a few years, I bought Rave back from Greatermans with a huge tax loss they had incurred, converted some Rave stores to Dion Stores, and closed the others. Ultimately, I sold Dion Stores to Natie Kirsch. As a result of being recruited by Stephen Peisner to work as an executive at Target Stores, the second largest retailer in America, I learned a tremendous amount about how massive companies ran their operations, both the good and the bad. The late Sam Walton of Walmart Stores and I became close friends, and we benefited from what we learned from each other through our constant correspondence and visiting stores together in America. I stayed in his home in America while visiting and critiquing Walmart stores for him. In 1985, Sam spent 5 days in South Africa studying Dion Stores, especially our merchandising techniques and learning how I ran the stores. I also learned much from attending many management retail seminars at Harvard University and by doing consulting work for several major retailers in America, where Harvard professors were on their company boards and suggested I could help them improve. My most important message to all of you is, successful people never stop learning. Unsuccessful people know everything, or at least they think they do. Thank you, Howard Sackstein, for remembering that I was someone who contributed to South Africa. In conclusion, congratulations to all nominees for the various awards and also to the sponsors of those awards. South Africans are remarkable people. We have the talent and tenacity to make it big all over the world. I'm just one example of so many South Africans who have been successful in the international business world. Natie Kirsch is another. South Africa is both a land of opportunity and a breeding ground for world-class talent. I wish you all good luck, good health, and much success to all of you.
Dion, if you're watching, we wish you all a hearty mazel tov on your award and a speedy recovery from your hernia injury. Dion, if you are watching, did you sustain the hernia while trying to lift a 160 kilogram dumbbell, or was it while attempting to apply self-tan to your lower back during the same event? Please share with us in the comments, Dion. Dion, as I don't know if you, I've looked at his Instagram, it's lit, guys. The man is 80 years old, he's won 22 Masters, Mr. Universes, 25 Mr. Europes, 18 World Championships, 4 IBBFs, Mr. Galaxies, so with 4 other things, 1 Jewish Achiever Award, and 1 wife half his age. It's incredible. Dion, special greetings from all of us here, including Billy Gandolfinger, who sends his regards and looks forward to seeing your budgie smuggler on Clifton 4th in December through his binoculars. One more time, Dion Friedland, ladies and gentlemen. A promise he makes is a promise he keeps. Now, to present the next award, I'd like to welcome back Sana Gumede to the stage. Sana, please come up here. Sana, I don't know if some of you have noticed this, but Sana attends a lot of these Jewish events, and Sana, you can come up. Now, haters or your LinkedIn will say that you're headhunting high net worth individuals here tonight, but is the real reason you just love the Sandton Convention Center? The next award, you don't have to say now, I'll listen on the radio. The next award to be announced is the Absa Business Leadership Award, and the nominees are
I'm Alan Brody, CEO and founder of SA Harvest.
I'm Alan Feynman. I am the Divisional CEO of Bidvest Services International.
I'm Dion Friedland. I'm 81. I'm still healthy. I'm still bodybuilding. I compete in bodybuilding, many age groups. I win the older guys, of course. And a promise we make is a promise we keep.
My name is Eli Aluf. I'm the founder of Preve Financial Services.
I'm Jade Myers, and I've been a healthcare entrepreneur for the past 15 years or so.
My name is Nadav Austin Driver, and I'm the founder of latestsightings.com.
I'm Norman Kretzmer. I'm the CEO of the Advantage Group.
My name's Rafael Siegel. I'm a group director for the Advantage Group.
I'm Seymour Talpett, co-founder of the company BRM.
I'm Tanya Cohen. I work at the intersection between business and government.
Nika and I are bonding behind the scenes, believe me. And the winner of the Absa Business Leadership Award is Alan Feynman.
I'm Alan Feynman. I am the Divisional CEO of Bidvest Services International. The division I look after is primarily focused on hygiene, washroom services, such as Steiner in South Africa, as well as facility management services, which includes cleaning, security, HVAC, electrical, generator services, utility management, all types of services that one would find within a building. The division is operating in South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Mauritius, Singapore, Australia, Ireland, Northern Ireland, the UK, Spain. Bidvest has 130,000 employees. The division I look after has 74,000. The revenue for the division is over 30 billion rand. The operating profit is 3.8 billion. We've recently concluded a transaction for North America, which is Canada and parts of the US. If we do get approval, then we will be effectively in North America, in Europe, in the UK, in Ireland, and in Australasia, as well as Singapore. We have no handbooks on governance, on initiation, on do's and don'ts. We say that your governance is in your head and heart, and if we have to tell you and teach you what not to do, well, you won't fit in with us. We're very, very decentralized. We employ all the resources that one needs within the actual businesses. If you come to my head office, there's about 8 or 9 people. And that is the model that Brian Joffe founded back in 1988, and it's the model that we've continued with today. What I'd like to achieve in the next 3 or 4 years is to continue the expansion into North America, if possible, and if not, in other territories. I would like to create more and more jobs, both in South Africa and every other territory where we operate.
Thank you so much. I am incredibly honored to be here tonight, and I want to start by expressing my gratitude to everyone involved in the nomination process, and obviously the judges as well. A special thank you goes to Howard Sackstein. Your leadership and dedication to bringing together Jews from all backgrounds, from Orthodox to Reform, and across all political perspectives is inspiring. You have created a space for our community that is united and inclusive, and I'm truly grateful. Reflecting on my journey at Bidvest, I am humbled. Over the past 30 years, I've had the privilege to witness and contribute to our incredible growth. From running a small laundry business making just over 2 million rand to a division generating 4 billion in profits, it's been transformative. None of this would have been possible without the extraordinary vision of Brian Joffe, truly a rock star in business and who has made more millionaires in South Africa than anyone else I know. Lindsay Rolfe succeeded him and continued the exact same decentralized and entrepreneurial culture. He also mentored me for over 25 years. Now Mpumi Madisa is the group CEO, and she has continued in the same vein and has backed our international expansion, which is taking us to new heights. This is a lesson in business succession. Bidvest, I have no doubt, touches everyone in this room through our various businesses. But it is not our size or success that gives me the greatest pride. It's what we do in South Africa. We have bursaries for at least 1,500 school kids of our employees. We have 5,820 learnerships and internships all over the country. We also sponsor over 30 university bursaries, and we have a matric bursary program. We spend in excess of 80 million a year on corporate social responsibility, and the list goes on and on. The key with Bidvest is that we trade honestly, we have integrity, we make money honestly, and we put the money back into South Africa. And that makes me a proud South African. I mentor many young people from all walks of life. To the younger generation, I want to share a few lessons that have shaped my path. First and foremost, most important is your family. Keep them close. They are your foundation. Never lose them. Work hard. Give it everything you've got. That includes weekends, nights, public holidays, Yontif, everything. As much as we talk about work-life balance, my view is that this is absolute hogwash. Hogwash. I'm pleased Dion indicated something similar. Work and life today are blended together. They are no longer in separate boxes. Finally, work with people who challenge you and you can learn from. If that is not in place, move on, get another career. Lastly, I want to share why I accepted this nomination. I grew up in a household where prejudice and hatred was never, ever tolerated, unless you were a Liverpool soccer fan. My mother, Irene Feynman, a Holocaust survivor, whose story is well known in this forum, has no hatred at all for anyone. This is remarkable. It is remarkable. So this recognition is simply to give her nachas. And to my family, My wife, who sacrificed so much of her own career when our kids were young, still managed to create a career and is today a world authority in her field of pathology. I thank her from my soul. To my 3 kids who keep me young and lively and bring me immense joy and humor. You too are in my soul. I have a large soul. To my family and friends, some of whom are here, who've supported me, firstly, I apologize. I was outside of the country for 108 days last year. I've missed presses, engagements, weddings, Friday night dinners. No, I've never missed Yontif, but I have missed many whiskey tastings. I thank you all. To Clive Blechman, my oldest and closest friend, who I speak to daily, thank you for inspiring me to do good things. I thank you again for this honor and for the opportunity to celebrate with such an inspiring community. And I do thank Absa, one of our major partners as well. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's join in congratulating Alan Feynman. Apparently, Alan, you flew out especially for this event, as well as to buy challah at Tortellini's, because apparently the Italians know how to make challah better than we do. This is also a fun fact that will come as a huge shock to this room. Tortellini's is actually Tortellino. I know there will be a lot of resistance to this, but I checked it out personally, and it's true. Alan, a hearty mazel tov, and please, if you could do one thing and work on your Instagram game, because it's way less exciting than Dion Friedland's. So we've got no idea about the condition of your six-pack or your budgie smuggler. Also, I don't know if you watch, I watched quite a few of the nominee videos, and Alan, I love the way you began your nominee video by saying, hello, I'm Alan Feynman, and I'm married to Pam for 34 years. You notice he didn't open with that in his acceptance speech, because that's not Alan's achievement, it's Pam's. Now, I'm serious. Every middle-aged Jewish man in this room has at some point looked at his middle-aged wife and thought to himself, I've compromised. Not realizing that he is the actual compromise. Sana Gumede. One more time for Alan Feynman, ladies and gentlemen. Sana, if you could come back up here to present our next award. And also another question I didn't ask earlier. I know you haven't been there for a long time, but is Investec still considered a halfway house to ease the difficult transition between the years of private Jewish education and the real world? You don't have to answer that now, but to present the final Absa award, the Professional Excellence Award. Welcome back, Sana, and let's take a look at the nominees.
I'm Benjamin Rosman. I'm a professor of machine learning and robotics at Wits University.
My name is Brett Morris, and I'm here representing two companies. The first is FCB, now known as Nahana. Second company is just now Jeffrey, which is also the name of our independent film.
I am Karen Marcus Berman, clinical social worker and logotherapist.
I'm Daniel Shea. I am a ward councillor in the city of Johannesburg.
I'm David Bilchitz. I work as a professor at the University of Johannesburg, as well as the University of Reading in the United Kingdom. And I'm also the director of an institute called the South African Institute for Advanced Constitutional Public Human Rights and International Law, a very long name, which in short we call SIFAC.
My name is Eli Aluf. I am the founder and CEO of Purvey Financial Services.
I'm Glynis Breitenbach. I'm a member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance.
My name is Ilan Ossendrive. I've been a photojournalist all my life.
I'm Margaret Malka-Rawitz.
I've been an environmental management consultant all my life.
I am Max Price. I have spent the last 20 years in leadership positions at universities. First 10 years at Wits University as Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences or the Faculty of Medicine, and the last 10 years as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town.
I'm Michael Bagram. I am a labour lawyer, an attorney by profession.
I'm Dr. Paul Davis, an ex-medical practitioner, and then I branched out into different aspects of medicine.
My name is Steve Sherman, and I am the Chief Imagination Officer for a STEAM-based NGO based in Cape Town. STEAM is science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics.
My name is Stephen Furrer, and I run this forensic sort of learning organization.
I'm Tony Leon. I didn't just want to be a politician, I wanted to be in politics to bring about certain results.
I'm Colonel Zev Crane. I sit under the National Head of Narcotics at the DPCI, otherwise known as the Hawks.
A hearty congratulations to the winner of the Absa Professional Excellence Award, Tony Leon.
My big chance came in 1989 when Helen Suzman retired as the MP for Houghton after 36 years of exemplary service. And I was nominated as the Democratic Party candidate, and I won election. My first day in Parliament was when F.W. de Klerk made his famous 2 February 1990 speech.
The prohibition of the African National Congress, the Pan-Africanist Congress, the South African Communist Party, and a number of subsidiary organizations is being rescinded.
There's Mr. Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa.
I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony.
I was then thrust into helping to negotiate a new South Africa.
As they waited to cast a ballot in that first free and fair election, an irreversible transition set in motion.
In 1997, Nelson Mandela invited me to an early morning breakfast at his home. He offered me a seat in his cabinet, but I realized if I'd accepted the offer, it would have been the death of parliamentary opposition.
The Democratic Alliance will always ensure South Africa never becomes ever, not a single time, a one-party state under a dictator.
I've always believed that life, or my life anyway, is divided into a series of missions. And you start a mission, you have a compass or a navigation guide. When you complete it, you must move on to another mission. Maybe that's why at the age of 50, I left politics.
I am stepping down because I have done what I set out to do by my country and by my party.
I was very fortunate to be awarded a fellowship to Harvard University and then the Cato Institution in Washington, D.C. And when I came back, it was 2009, I had parliamentary elections, and afterwards, Jacob Zuma got hold of me. He said it's important for non-ANC faces to represent the country in the world. And I was sent as ambassador to Argentina and surrounding countries, and it was very absorbing. And in very poor Spanish, I set about changing the terms of trade, increasing the public footprint of South Africa there, and it was a very interesting experience.
It's official, the ANC has lost majority. Now they will have to cobble together a coalition government.
I was asked by the DA leader to be one of their 6 negotiators on this government of national unity. I wasn't looking for a role, but I was asked to perform it. And I just felt this was too important in terms of the national future to sit it out. And so for 5 or 6 weeks, I was immersed in the front line of those, often hairy negotiations with the ANC. I brought a lot of experience from the previous round of negotiations, what went wrong in the first government of national unity, which I wasn't part of, but F.W. de Klerk was, and I'd spent many years afterwards talking to de Klerk about his experiences of what went wrong in that GNU, and to try and avoid that happening this time round. It was difficult because you've got 2 opposing forces from across 30 years of division, enmity, fairly strong dislike in some cases, and they're having to come together, not because they wanted to, but because the election results demanded, and particularly because the alternative, just outside the door, and it's still there incidentally, was the mass populist, racist, divisive EFF and MK. So if the DA couldn't get the terms right to enter the government, the EFF and MK would likely have become the government with the ANC. And I think that is really, to quote an apartheid prime minister, but still relevant today, an alternative too ghastly to contemplate.
The African National Congress has confirmed that a total of 10 political parties now constitute the Government of National Unity.
We have to hope that at least the architecture is better this time in 2024 than it was in 1994. But it obviously depends on the human factor. I'm on my 6th book now, but we're going to be a book of war stories called Being There. The one before was called Future Tense, Reflections on My Troubled Land. And I live a very engaged life. I do a lot of lecturing here and abroad. I try also do NPO work, so help out non-governmental organizations, mentor younger people with some ideas of my own as to what their careers might become. I'm very fortunate, privileged, honored to have lived an engaged life and to have been able to do so in the country of my birth.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Sackstein, Jewish Report, Absa Bank, of course. First of all, let me tell you, I'm very proud and privileged to be here. If I told you I was humbled, you probably wouldn't believe it. In fact, my illustrious predecessor, Helen Suzman, as MP for Houghton, was about 20 years ago honored by the South African Jewish Museum by the late, great Mendel Kaplan. And we went to the opening of the Helen Suzman exhibition. And her opening remarks in typical Helen style was to say, "What took you so long?" But I've got to say this, because I fought a few elections in my time. This wasn't really a fight, but after my very good friend Georgina Jaffe, who's here tonight, nominated me unexpectedly for this award, and I accepted. I thought, well, I've won a few elections, and I don't know if I'll win this or not. But then I looked at the other candidates, so this is a far more competitive field than any I faced in politics. And then I looked at the electorate, and I thought, wow, this is by far a much more critical electorate than any I had to go before. So double thanks, both to the other candidates and to all of you. Well, I don't want to repeat what you saw there. I've had a very public life. It still goes on for a long time. I want to say something, because I don't do this very often, because I'm usually in other forums and contexts. I want to say a bit about this Jewish community. In fact, there are so many of you here tonight, I didn't know the Jewish community of South Africa was still so large. And I'm not going to repeat what my grandpa Jack said on going to the Killarney shopping center in 1969. He said, "Good heavens, Tony, there are more Jews than people here." But I'm the poor man's Nick Rabinowitz, although a neighbor of his in Constantia. Bill Clinton, who popped up in that video, when he came to Parliament in 1997, he had a little local difficulty in Washington called Monica Lewinsky. And he spent a long time traveling through Africa as president with Hillary and the whole entourage. And he had this tea party in Parliament with all the opposition leaders, quite unusual. Everyone, wants, of course, to tug Mandela's forelock, understandably, but to meet the opposition, not so usual. And Clinton had this unbelievable charisma. Yeah, he couldn't stand again 2 weeks ago. And what he did was he turned around to General Viljoen, who at the time was head of the Freedom Front, and Viljoen was complaining to Clinton about how difficult and bad things were in South Africa. 1997, mind you. And President Clinton turned to General Viljoen and the rest of us said, General, I'm sure you're right, But I think South Africa's fantastic. Not because of what you've got now and the problems you have, but because of what you've come from. That makes you fantastic. And it is the truth, as I said in my interview here, the alternative. So this government that we've put together, difficult as it is so much better than the alternative, which is still outside the door. But this community, well, and Howard did a fantastic job earlier tonight. You know, I was thinking about Clinton's predecessor as I was sitting here, George H.W. Bush. When he was nominated as Republican presidential candidate in 1988, he made an amazingly good speech at the convention, and he said, America, with its civic society organizations, is like 1,000 points of light in a broad and peaceful sky. And I was thinking about the 1,000 points of light of this community and this magnificent alphabet soup, you know, from the CSO to the JNF to the WITSO, Maccabi, SAZF, SAJ, JBE, UOS, IUA, UCF, SAU, PJ, blah, blah. Go right down. Sarges, Telfed, Bethden, Chevra, UJS. And then I've got to say, another alphabet soup entered the melange, and that my wife and her friend Georgina and a few others, after the 7th of October, started one called WAXA, which was a women's action campaign of South Africa to expose and to highlight the gender-based violence that happened in Israel on the 6th of October. And you know, on the 6th of October, the 7th, sorry, but no, I know what I'm talking about, yes. On the 6th of October, my wife and I could not be further away from South Africa, Israel. We were in Kyoto. And if you'd have put a gun to my head on that day, the 6th of October, and said, well, you must identify yourself according to, you know, who you are, I would have said, I'm South Africa. Then maybe I would have said I'm white, because the ANC still likes to classify us racially. And third, I probably would have said Jewish. But on the 7th of October, with that mass slaughter of Jews, whether they were Likud Jews, whether they were far-left socialist Jews, whether they hated Bibi or liked Bibi, they were killed for being Jews. For a lot of people, and I put myself here, one's identity switched to being a Jewish white South African. And that happened because of those events which we live with the consequences now. And you know, I do need to let you into a little secret about our government, which is now a bit bigger than it was. Whether it's better, you can judge. Is the South African government is a Zionist government. Yes, you might laugh. Because the South African government actually believes in a two-state solution, in theory. And if you believe in the two-state solution, one of those states is the Jewish state. And you know, at the conference 30 years ago when I met my wife, Michal, in Israel, though she was organizing, it wasn't on the agenda that, you know, the organizer would land up with one of the delegates, but so it came to pass. There was this extraordinary chap called Bernard Lewis, famous Orientalist, and then, you know, looked about 80, but he lived for another 20 years. And Bernard Lewis said something I'd just like to share with you, because I think in any dilemma, in any crisis, in any confrontation you have, and we have a lot of them right now, this community here and in the wider world, it helps a great deal to have moral clarity. And Bernard Lewis's moral clarity all those years ago, 25, 30 years ago, was the following. He said, what is this conflict about? Is it about the size of Israel, or is it about the existence of Israel? If it's about borders, it is not easy, but it is possible to solve. But if the issue is the existence of Israel, then clearly it is insoluble by negotiation. there is no compromise between existing and not existing. And at the risk of incurring the wrath of my very good friend, Chief Rabbi Goldstein tonight, I'd only like to say amen to that. Let me just conclude with this. There was a time, and I was, involved in politics, and if I'd only relied on the Jewish vote, I would not have got very far, that the South African Jewish community, organized Jewish community, sometimes tended to resemble what a British historian said of the English equivalent, the trembling Israelites. They said, as we say in the vernacular, jammer dat ek leef. And the only way for us to get along is to go along with whatever the government says. The closer we can get to them, the more successful we are. I think there have been a lot of rude awakenings since then, and there is absolutely nothing to apologize for. The one great gift of South Africa after 1994 is that every South African, regardless of religion, regardless of status, regardless of color, is an equal citizen, invested with inalienable rights, the right to protest, the right to dissent, the right to speech. And I would only say, to borrow the words of a many decades ago Prime Minister of Canada, John Diefenbanker, at the end of the day, have the tremendous privilege and power to say, I tried, I stood, I fought. Thank you very much for this honor.
Let's give it up one more time for Tony Leon, ladies and gentlemen. Mazel tov, Tony. Although I personally was hoping just now Jeffrey would win, and I thought they should, not just because I was in the movie, but also because I was in the movie. So congratulations, Mazel tov, Tony Leon. I just wish you'd done more than one line in Afrikaans in that particular speech, because that was the favorite part for me of Tony Leon's speeches in Parliament, that little bit in Afrikaans where he would say things like, Julle, as die ANC, julle het nie gedoen, gehad het, gedoen het, nie gedoen gehad, nie gedoen, nie. En dis hoekom jy gaan nie die votes in die volgende election gewen, gehad, gedoen het. Dankie. Tony is, of course, famous for pivoting from leader of the opposition to ambassador to Argentina. Basically, he went from a job with high stakes to a job with great stakes. I wasn't sure that joke would work, and I was right. Speaking of Argentina, Tony, I would like to read out this message of congratulations from the Buenos Aires Jewish community. And it reads, Mascherona pasa la pelota, Higuaín pipita para Messi, Messi tira Messi para Tony Leon, gol, Mazel tov! Next up, ladies and gentlemen, to entertain you, we have a South African music icon from the Durban Bluff, where they breed them rough and tough. Having sailed the world in his underpants, he's settled down and now lives in a castle with a hot chick and a hot tub and a wind pump and a collection of hats that sleep in the bed next to him. In biblical baby names, his means he that descends. So now, from the roof, put your hands together as we begin to lower Art Matthews to the stage. And now, everybody, please rise for the South African national anthem.
Sis.
I'm joking, guys. He will be singing Rolling in the Deep, which is way harder than a national anthem. Please raise the roof for the one and only Art Matthews.
I'll get you back for that. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch and it's pulling me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See how I'll leave every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch and it's pulling me out the dark. The scars of your love remind me of us. I can't help feeling that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside your hand, but you played it to the beat. And baby, I have no story to be told, but I've heard of one of you and it's gonna make your heart burn. Think of me in the depths of your despair, making a home down there, 'cause mine sure won't be shared. The scars of your love remind me of us. Keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling that we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside your hand, but you played it to the beat. We could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside your hand, but you played it. Played it to the beat. Throw your soul through every open door. Count your blessings to find what you look for. Turn my sorrow into treasured gold. You'll pay me back in kind and reap just what you sow. We could have had it all. We could have had it all. Enjoy your evening, everybody. We'll see you just now.
Art Matthews. Art, we apologize for the talking. People felt like they were in shul. And now for our online viewers, so you feel included, what's happening in the room is that people are about to eat an appetizer of chicken cafe au lait, which I know sounds a lot like chicken in milk, but we've used oil of Olay. So everything's kosher on that front. If you're watching from home right now, in the comfort of your home, please enjoy whatever you got on Uber Eats because you were too lazy to cook. Next up, and this is a real joy, presenting an award right as people are serving a course, but we're going to do it anyway because we're going to roll right ahead. This is 8 hours long and we got to get on with it. So our next award is the Europcar Women in Leadership Award, and to present the Women in Leadership Award, we have a man. in case the award is too heavy or comes in a jar and the woman needs help opening it, and that's why I only host these awards every 14 years, but half of you didn't hear that, so it's fine. He used to be able to hold 6 glasses of whiskey before he spoke. Let's see if he's still got it in him. The ability, and the whiskey. And now to present the Europcar Women in Leadership Award, please would you welcome CEO of Europcar South Africa, Martin Lydell.
Experience the magic of an African sunrise or sunset. At Europcar, we've been privileged to be a part of thousands of journeys across our beautiful country for over 4 decades. We are proud to serve a diverse range of customers. We move you so that you can explore the wonders of South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and Eswatini. From corporate travelers, government officials, and the insurance replacement industry, to leisure seekers, international adventurers, and travel management companies and agents. We also partner with several leading brands to offer enhanced rewards and incentives when renting with Europcar. Our car and van rental fleet of quality vehicles caters to every need. Whether it's a runaround, a sleek executive car for your next business trip, a rugged 4x4 to escape into the wild, or a versatile SUV for unforgettable holidays, we have the perfect drive for you. We offer an extensive range of mobility solutions to make your journey with us that much simpler. Daily, weekly, monthly, or long-term vehicle rentals, as well as Superflex, our subscription-based rental offering. Unlock a world of exclusive rental benefits by joining our Drive Club. Say goodbye to waiting in queues and filling out paperwork. With our state-of-the-art ready-to-go express checkout, you can pick up your vehicle swiftly and hit the road in no time. With our extensive footprint, commitment to exceptional customer service, innovative solutions, your journey with us can start from anywhere. It's time to embark on an unforgettable adventure and chase those African sunsets. Mint anyone? Europcar, moving your way.
My name's Bendita Gordon. I have a few businesses. The one is called Franchise Directions, and the other is Bendit Shapiro Holdings.
I'm Chantal Kerr. I'm an accredited divorce and family law mediator. I also do workplace mediation.
My name is Glenys Breitenbach. I'm a Member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance.
My name is Hayley Gilman. I am the CEO of Business Optimization Training Institute.
My name is Leslie Kahn, and I'm a director of a youth empowerment program called Egoli Youth Empowerment.
I'm Mandy Epson, and I'm the executive director of Astra Jewish Sheltered Employment Centre.
My name is Margaret Malka-Rawitz. I've been an environmental management consultant throughout my working life.
So I'm Nikki, and I'm a sex coach.
I'm Racheli Marks. I am co-host and co-founder of Together We Connect podcast and the sole owner of Tangled, the hair salon Pty Limited.
I'm Reva Foreman. So I work with the South African Jewish Board of Deputies, who look after the interests of the people, the Jewish people in South Africa.
I'm Romy Becker. I'm a family, newborn and motherhood photographer.
I'm Stephanie Wheel. I'm the CEO of Miss South Africa.
My name is Susan Abro. I am an expert family law legal practitioner.
I'm Tanya Cohen. I work on solving complex socio-economic problems, often between business and government.
My name is Tracy Catania. Ort South Africa is a non-profit organization affiliated to World Ort.
I'm Viv Anstey, and I'm currently the director of the Elliot Osrand Leadership Institute.
My name is Yakima Denglawaina. I am the founder and CEO of the Harvest Project.
So it's my real great privilege for the 10th year that Europcar has been sponsoring this award to announce tonight's winner. That's Glenys Breitenbach.
Let's bring in Glynis Breitenbach.
Is the reason you're not scared to climb down and get into the squabble, is it because there's already been a hit on your life twice that you're just like, guys, it's okay now. I'm not scared anymore. Come at me.
Well, no, they're not very good at it because clearly here I am. You don't have to like it. Where would that money have come from? It's a sly, devious manipulation of the criminal justice process. A very small child could see through this process. I have a German Shepherd puppy that can come to that conclusion. The elephant in the room is state capture. Lucy Piccoli is an honourable man, and he lost his job because of it. As soon as they started biting the hand that fed them, they were disbanded. With glee and with ease. A strong, effective, efficient national prosecuting authority is essential for a constitutional democracy. Never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake. There's a fellow called Richard Mdluli. He was the head of crime intelligence. We investigated him for fraud, theft, corruption, you name it, we investigated him for it. But of course he was very well connected, particularly to Jacob Zuma. We received an instruction to withdraw the matter. They charged me with 16 counts of a whole lot of things, nothing to do ostensibly with Richard Mdluli, all kinds of other made-up nonsense. They lost 16 love. The NPA then decided to prosecute me criminally on the same set of facts.
Glynis Breitenbach says that she will fight the charges that have been levelled against her.
Breitenbach has repeatedly argued the charges were manufactured to keep her from prosecuting former crime intelligence boss Richard Mdluli.
The National Prosecuting Authority has again denied that the charges against Breitenbach are politically motivated.
I don't like bullies, I never have, and I certainly will never give in to them.
The judge in the case found Breitenbach and her co-accused and former lawyer, Gerard Wagner, not guilty of any wrongdoing.
Former crime intelligence boss Richard Mdluli's application for leave to appeal his conviction and sentence has been dismissed.
I hear that you almost drove over the one guy who tried to kill you.
I tried very hard.
Glynis Breitenbach is trading in her judicial robes for a position in politics.
I'm an accidental politician. If the NPA hadn't looked for shit with me, I would still have been a prosecutor. The Democratic Alliance has over the years involved itself in what has become termed as lawfare, particularly in the Zuma administration, but not limited to the Zuma administration. Some really dodgy appointments were made. Claudia Motsoeneng, Dolly Mpofu, Menzi Simelane, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, he was removed. That gave us Nantobo Jiba, who subsequently was removed after the Mahoro Commission found that both she and Lawrence Mkhwebi were wholly unfit to occupy their positions, and they were both fired.
Sivan Mahoro has made several damning findings against advocates Nantobo Jiba and Lawrence Mkhwebi.
We successfully removed Beki Cele as the Commissioner of Police, and then of course he was brought back by President Ramaphosa as the Minister of Police, both terms equally abysmal. We're currently trying to get John Hlophe off the JSC. I'm also busy drafting a private members bill that will, in the future, prevent impeached persons becoming members of parliament.
Correctional Services Department will, in the next hour, give an update on the escape of convicted rapist and murderer, Thabo Bester.
The Thabo Bester saga was highlighted in the last 12 months. The entire top structure of the criminal justice system knew it and did nothing. It's an absolute disgrace that the victims of this man were not warned. And you should hang your head in shame, all of you. You're talking, I hope you understand, to the South African public. You have an absolute direct interest in this matter. They have an interest in not having serial rapists and murderers running around the streets. We will get to the bottom of it, I can assure you.
The African National Congress has lost its outright majority for the first time in 30 years.
For the first time in a very, very long time, there's something to be optimistic about. It can be turned around in a couple of years. If everybody does what they're supposed to do. We've got one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. Not all of us are fighting. That's fine. But those of us who are must. All Australia did was ignore them and ignore the institution of the medical parole board, ignore the advice of a panel of medical experts, and just go right ahead and grant medical parole. The only thing that I haven't mentioned is that I coincidentally own the two most beautiful dogs in the world, but that's just a coincidence. Good evening, everybody. I had no idea that this would happen, and so I'm completely unprepared, but that's also usual. I'm exceptionally humbled by this honor. It's an enormous honor for me to be here tonight. It's an enormous honor to receive this award, and this job is not a job that I do on my own. I have a lot of support, and some of the people who support me are here tonight. So George Michalakis is here, Werner Horn is here, they're both colleagues of mine in Parliament. Michael Bagram, Darren Bergman, they're all here, and they support us all every day. So this award is not about one person at all. If I do anything in Parliament that's right and good, then it's thanks to two people who are here tonight, and you all know them, Natie and Francis Kirsch. Everything I do is as a result of their mentorship, their leadership, their good example. So thank you, Natie, thank you, Francis. And thank you all for this award. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for an incredibly tenacious woman in leadership, a national treasure, a woman who needs no help opening a jar, Glynis Breitenbach. I have to say, Glynis, I'm pretty sure growing up in Kimberley, you never dreamt of being a Jewish achiever. In fact, Glynis only discovered she was Jewish a couple of years ago when her maternal grandmother on her deathbed revealed to her that she'd hidden her Jewish identity. For those of you, for our non-Jewish brethren tonight, as we affectionately call you, the Goyim here tonight, Breitenbach is not a Jewish surname. In Judaism, that's usually a good thing, because it means that your mother is the Jewish one in the equation, and that's the one you want. Better, in Judaism terms, it's better to be Glynis Breitenbach than it is to be Christina Cohen. That's what I'm trying to say. Glynis' story is remarkable. Growing up in Kimberley, she says she was a tomboy and enjoyed going fishing with the boys, playing cops and robbers with the boys, and I quote, sliding down, Glynis, correct me if I'm wrong, sliding down the mine dumps on a sheet of corrugated iron. Yes. Tell us you weren't raised Jewish without telling us you weren't raised Jewish, Glynis. A Jewish mother would not let you do any of those words in that sentence. But we actually share something in common, Glynis and I. I didn't know I was Jewish until I turned 12, because there were no obvious signs growing up on the farm. We were celebrating Christmas and with the neighbors. We were not financially well off. We had small, straightish noses. There was just no obvious indication, other than at the urinal at the Waldorf school. Now and then I'd look across at Peter Ainsley, my best friend, at the urinal, and I'd think, why does his have a turtleneck and mine looks like an inquisitive one-eyed meerkat? And then it all came together on my 12th birthday. My dad sat me down and he said, boy, there's something we need to tell you. And I said, oh my God, I'm gay. And he said, no, you're Jewish, but your mother thinks you're gay. And then they said, listen, it's a year before your bar mitzvah. You need to go to Cheder. But I didn't know any Hebrew, so they put me in a class with the 5-year-olds. I was 12. It was like Jewish Gulliver's Travels. And I did a crash course. I learned the Hebrew in 6 months. Within 6 months, I was up on the bimah singing the story of Noah. In Hebrew, we call him Noah because he had joint nationality. He was Hebrew and Flemish. Noah. And I got up there and I sang my Haftarah, as many of you know, it's Rani Akara. That's how I sang. which is Hebrew for getting the T-Rex in the ark was a nightmare for Noah. 2 T-Rexes as well. And then we had the after party, which was a disappointment because Wisey Wiseglass the week before had an amazing after party at the Arcade Games arcade where Mrs. Wiseglass gave us 20 Rand in 1 Rand coins and said, go wild on the arcade games. And I didn't know how to play arcade games. I'd come from a Waldorf school. I had a different set of life skills. If they'd said, go plant a vegetable garden or knit a felt elephant or calculate the number of guardian angels in a ball of mohair or knit yourself a pair of crocheted underpants, I could have done that, but I couldn't play arcade games. So I took that entire 20 Rand home with me and invested it in Bitcoin. Which is why I'm here for fun. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award, we're delighted that this next award has a new sponsor. It is the Ichikovitz Family Foundation, who are committed to developing a new generation of leaders in South Africa. And I want to just issue a word of warning to the winner tonight. Please bear in mind what happened last year with the recipient of this Rising Star Award, David Tiga. After David's acceptance speech, he was stripped of the captaincy of the South African under-19 cricket team. So ask yourself the question when you come up here to deliver your speech, do you want Cricket South Africa to strip you of the captaincy of your organization? No, you don't want. Please stay, as Howard Saxton told me, please stay as far away from the Middle East as possible, Nick, which happens to be Matawura Iles Australes in French Polynesia. Ladies and gentlemen, to present the Ichikovitz Family Foundation Rising Star Award, please would you welcome Ivar Ichikovitz to the stage. As Ivar makes his way up here, let's have a look at the nominees.
My name is Aaron Levenberg, and I'm the founder of Levitate Furnishing Solutions.
My name is Adam Zimmerman. I'm a 23-year-old wildlife photographer.
Hey, I'm Ben. I'm the founder of Ben's Bubble Tea.
I'm Judah Leviton. I play chess for South Africa. I'm Caleb Leviton. I'm a chess player for South Africa.
My name is Eitan Steinberg, and I own Simca Livestream.
My name is Ilan Novik. I started Intelli AI.
I'm Erin Dodo. I am the chairperson of the South African Union of Jewish Students in the Western Cape.
My name is Gabrielle Lene. I'm 25 years old and I'm the co-owner and co-founder of Picnic and Thrift and the owner and founder of Crybaby Thrift.
My name is Gilad Janet. I'm 21 years old and the founder of Workflowers.
I'm Gina Dave. I'm currently matric. I have a passion for outreach, tikkun olam, and social responsibility.
My name is Hannah Radnicki. I am the founder and owner of H21 Dance.
My name is Jay Copans, and I'm the Assistant CSR Manager of the National Children's Charity Foundation.
My name is Jay Kaplan, and I matriculated from King David Linksfield in 2018. After the horrors of October 7th, there was an immediate outpouring of anti-Semitism on US college campuses and across the world. And this encouraged me to become deeply involved in advocating for the Jewish community on my campus as a graduate student.
I'm Josh Weinberg. I'm 21 years old. I'm a serial entrepreneur.
My name is Joshua Pimstein. I am the Rosh Machaneh for Bnei Akiva South Africa for 2024, as well as the National Treasurer of Soldiers.
I'm Liat Feldman. I'm the co-owner of the Family Bakehouse.
My name is Rachel Ariel Smith. I'm a South African national junior swimmer who has swum internationally and provincially.
I'm Racheli Marks. I am co-host and co-founder of Together We Connect podcast. The podcast that we do with my co-host is to empower women and to empower people to open up and share their stories in order that it can be someone else's saving grace. And the sole owner of Tangled, the hair salon, PTY Limited.
I'm Tana Levick. I'm 24 years old. I am a professional actress. I work in the musical theatre industry at this current moment.
I'm Zach Tobias. I'm the founder of Zach the DJ in Industry. I do functions for the entire Jewish community, for all private functions, corporates, any type of function you're looking for.
If that lineup doesn't make every single person in this room incredibly proud to be Jewish, I don't know what ever will. Ladies and gentlemen, grab a glass of something, because this is the toast of the evening. Here's to the rising stars, the proud, resilient, and unapologetic. The ones who, despite their age, know they stand on the shoulders of South African Jewish giants. And because of this, they can define themselves on their own terms. None of these people conform. They all lead. They stand tall when others shrink, and they build when others destroy. They are the Jewish architects of South Africa's future. They are what makes me optimistic about the future of this community and the future of our country. They don't just belong to this country's story. They are, like many who come before them, its very lifeblood. Without them, there is no question in my mind that South Africa would lose its brilliance. They wear their Jewishness with pride, not as a label, but as a purpose. They carry the legacy of dreamers and builders and will carve paths for generations to come. We dedicate this award to my parents, Bernice and Louis Ichikowitz, rising stars of their time. They, together with their contemporaries, taught us that being Jewish isn't just an identity. It's about action, it's about purpose, it's about pride. And they continue to live this belief and reinforce it to us every single day. And to today's rising stars who refuse to be silenced, who rise above propaganda, who fight for a future of dignity and pride, the Jewish story is one of resilience, one of courage, one of innovation. It's an unshakable belief in building what others say cannot be built. You can't ignore them, you can't stop them. They are the light that guides us and our whole community forward. Here's to the leaders, the builders, the unapologetically Jewish. Together, we rise higher and we shine brighter. We are blessed to be Jewish. We are privileged to be African and to be able to call South Africa our home. And with that, the winner is Josh Weinberg.
My name is Josh Weinberg. I'm 21 years old. All the second-hand phones in my house, every time someone would get an upgrade, or in the area someone would get an upgrade, I'd straight away go take their old phone, sell that to the coaches at school, sell that to the Uber drivers, whoever I can get my hands on. Old clothing, if people are getting rid of clothes, I said, no, that's treasure, you're not getting rid of that. And it kind of grew, and one thing led to another, and I fell in love with sneakers, and sneakers really became a part of me. I started queuing up from the age of 12 years old, 5 o'clock in the morning, reselling the shoes, collecting the shoes, really learning everything about the shoes. It turned from being a passion and a hobby and something that was cool into a real big business. I became one of the biggest resellers in South Africa by the age of 15. COVID-19 hit. I thought, what happens to all the sneaker stock and all these suppliers and retailers that are stuck with product? And I managed to loan money from a couple different places and embarked on getting every bit of high-end sneakers that are on the market in Johannesburg. We went location to location. I was at the Adidas warehouse. I went to the TFG warehouse, and I bought out majority of the high-end pairs available locally, which was a huge step up for me. I went from a couple hundred pairs to a couple thousand pairs overnight. There was a documentary on Netflix in the middle of COVID called The Last Dance from Michael Jordan. and everyone went mad for Jordans, and one of my biggest offerings were Jordans. I was the man you had to go to get Jordans. There was nowhere else you could get Jordans. So I was in the right place at the right time and had the right product. I wanted to do work with the biggest sneaker marketplace in the world, which was called StockX, based in Detroit. Then I made contact with them. We embarked on a partnership and I sold them thousands of pairs of shoes. In the midst of all of this, a good friend of mine came to me and said, "You've done so well with the sneakers, so can't you bring in alcohol?" And at the time there was a massive shortage of tequila. So I embarked on trying to bring in the biggest brand, which around the world is the biggest brand, Don Julio, and there was a shortage of it locally. I managed to get hold of the Mexican distillery and imported thousands and thousands of bottles of Don Julio into the country. I supplied Macro, Pick n Pay, Norman Goodfellas, Johnny's Liquor. Every big distributor you can think in the country was buying Don Julio from me. Then the Don Julio started to dry up for me because they started bringing it in directly into the country. A friend introduced me to a common friend, and the two of us embarked on a brand called Ocho Tequila. We started doing business with them and we signed an exclusivity for the continent of Africa. Getting it off the shelves was the tricky part. I thought that we need to start partnering with the best DJ groups in the world. So I partnered with a business called Anything Goes and We Are Music. And last year in November, we brought Kai Music to South Africa, which is probably the biggest DJ group in the world at the moment. We really took it to another level by bringing an act like that to South Africa. This year, we again did another act. Monolink, who is very, very famous from Burning Man and other festivals. It was an unbelievable experience. We tapped into a whole nother market that we hadn't tapped into previously. I still had the love for sneakers, wasn't done, and I started this concept called Soul Gallery, which took a long time to get off the ground. It was a full new retail luxury experience, something that we have never had here before. So I went and spoke to the renowned designer Tristan Duplessis, and I asked him if he could partner me on creating an unbelievable experience, something that the shopping is an experience. We've launched in Sandton City, the premier shopping destination in Africa. It's a market we're tapping into that, very risky, very tough, but we are creating something that is out of this world. We're hoping to invite you all there for an unbelievable experience and something you've never seen before. Wow. Mr. Ivakovitz, thank you for your whiskey. You left it over here. Thank you. Howie, I wish you told me I was going to win. I would have had a few more tequilas. Jesus, it's a lot of people here. On a more serious note, I want to thank you for this incredible evening, Howie. You are truly a legend. And now I'll begin my speech. This speech is for the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. You can't ignore them because they change the world. This award is dedicated to all the kids that feel they don't belong. On paper, I shouldn't have been successful. Statistically, I wasn't supposed to be standing here tonight. I was the kid with learning disabilities, the one who didn't fit in, who didn't follow the traditional path. But here's the thing, life doesn't happen on paper. It happens when you dream, when you disrupt, and when you refuse to accept the limits. And tonight I stand here, not because I followed a path, but because I had to create my own. Every step of this journey has been a testament to Hashem's biggest blessings. Every obstacle, every triumph has been part of a purpose far greater than I could ever imagine. I'd be remiss not to mention the incredible strength of our people. Their pain is our pain. And right now, our brothers and sisters are being held hostage. We pray every day for their safe return. Bring them home now. To the kids out there who are struggling, I was you, that kid. I know what it feels like to be on the outside looking in. But remember, you're not defined by your struggles. You're defined by how far you're willing to chase your dreams and how hard you're willing to dream. Never stop believing.
that you have something extraordinary to offer the world, because you do. Being different isn't a disadvantage, it's your superpower. And to the parents, never stop loving and believing in your kids. I want to acknowledge the people who have been my pillars, my family, especially my parents. My mom in particular has been my rock. Her boundless love, patience, unwavering belief in me lit the way through my toughest times. She taught me the power of standing out, not fitting in, and that I never needed anyone's approval but my own. Even when I doubted myself, she never did. Her faith in me pushed me forward when the world said I couldn't. Mom, I thank you for showing me the true meaning of unconditional love. I thank you for shaping the person I am today. Thank you, Mom. Dad, you're my role model, my confidant, and my source of wisdom. Your support has shaped me. I've kept you up sometimes until 3, 4, 5 in the morning with my crazy and wild business ideas, sometimes driving you mad. A lot of your cholesterol issues are from me and your heart pains from me, but I keep you young. I'm endlessly grateful to you. I am who I am because of you. To my remarkable sisters and inspiring grandparents that are here tonight at 83 and 81 years old. Thank you for always being there for me and cheering me on. To my Sarah, my biggest blessing, your love and support have carried me through life's highest highs and lowest lows. I'm so lucky to have you by my side. This award isn't just about personal success. It reflects the perseverance and resilience that defines us. Tonight, that spirit is stronger than ever. Thank you to the Jewish Achievers and the Jewish Report for this incredible honor. Thank you to the community who have been by my side through everything and supported me all the way. And to the dreamers and the disruptors, keep going. Don't listen to the no's and seek no approval. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the rising star of 2024, Josh Weinberg. Mazel tov, Josh, on your award. And I also wanted to share something. Josh is an incredibly courageous young man who left school. Josh, I believe it was grade 10 that you actually left school. And there are many kids out there who are not going to succeed academically. That's something I share in common with you. Do you know that at UCT, Max Price, former Vice Chancellor, is here tonight? So I don't really want to share this publicly, but I will anyway. First year business science, maths 102W. Max, I don't know where you are, but I was failing so badly. I was averaging 14% before the final exams for maths and stats. And there was no other alternative other than to pick the most intelligent looking Chinese guy outside the sports hall with the thickest possible glasses and sit next to him. And I copied the entire maths and stats papers from that guy. Musi my money. And I can't tell you what the probabilities are of copying an entire... Yeah, give it up for Musi my money, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the house tonight. My brother, I can't tell you what the probabilities are of copying an entire maths and stats paper and still failing. But that is what happened. It was actually worse. We both failed, okay? And the moral of that story is don't racially profile the person you're about to copy from, because that Chinese guy turned out to be Taiwanese. Ladies and gentlemen, from one rising star to another, from one Josh to another, please welcome young musical sensation Josh Power!
cry the whole night through. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river. I cried a river over you. Sorry for being so untrue. Well, you can cry me a river, cry me a river, 'cause I cried a river over you. You drove me nearly out of my head. While you never shed a tear, babe. I remember all that you said. You told me love was too oblivion. You told me you were through with me, and now you say you love me. Well, just to prove that you do, come on and cry me a river, cry me a river, 'cause I cried a river over you, over you. You said you love me, but you lied. Say you love me. Well, just to prove that you do, come on and cry me a river. Oh, cry me a river, 'cause I cried a river over you. I cried a river.
Michael Bublé, our very own Michael Bubula, if you will, the very talented Josh Bauer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to present our next award, the Bertie Lubner Humanitarian Award in honor of Chief Rabbi Cyril Harris. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mark Lubner.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Anything is possible. I've made this into my home.
I'm a living testimony, I'm tangible proof.
I've never seen the world the same way I do. I've never seen myself the same way I do.
What Africa Deco means to me: empowerment,
Transformation, learning, new start,
strength, opportunity, a home,
a safe space, with resilience,
access to opportunities.
I know where I'm going.
Everything is possible.
I don't know if Ivor wants his whiskey back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Inscribed on my dad's tombstone are the words, to give, to love, to live. A very ordinary man who did, I think, some very special and extraordinary things. So when one thinks about a humanitarian award, one necessarily has to give thought to the fact that a thought is indeed a cause that can produce an effect. If your mind is in a loving state of mind, your experience of life is going to reflect that. The way to change the nature of your experience is to change the nature of your very thoughts. In our ability to think about something differently, that's what gives the power to make life different. One of the most positive transitions that one can make is, instead of viewing your job, your work as a job, it's in fact viewing it as a calling. And I must say that this has been a tremendous gift that I feel I've had from my own father. It's not necessarily about getting up each and every single day to earn a wage, but it's in fact an incredible gift to be able to experience what it might feel like to be in a position of power to give to others. What an incredible gift to experience life in that way. And so the recipient of tonight's award is an individual who came from extraordinary background. But when you meet her, as you will next year, because she was unfortunately not able to be with us tonight, you will find that this is a very ordinary individual who's done some really extraordinary things. Sivan Harari took it upon herself to bring water to the world of individuals who necessarily could not access water. And it wasn't necessarily just because they didn't have the funds, but they didn't have necessarily the technology. She built these wells that created energy in the form of access to electricity, but energy also in the form of the very life-giving need to be able to sustain oneself. And she shared it selflessly across the whole of Africa. An Israeli who determined that her life should be necessarily committed to that gift that I spoke about earlier of being able to give to others. What an incredible life that she has lived. Sivan, unfortunately, was en route here to receive the award. And we would have been so honored to be able to have given this to her when she found news that her father-in-law had passed away. So she offers her apology, but she will certainly hopefully be with us next year to actually receive the physical award. I believe that we are, in fact, making a presentation to a representative of Sivan's. Howie?
Are you ready to have clean water? Yay!
Sivan is a powerhouse.
She saw something and did something about it.
Sivan, she is an inspiration to all people.
She's very, very engaging and responsive.
And deeply committed to each village.
Those are attributes that allow people to embrace her and take her as part of their community's future and hopes.
She didn't only recognize the problem, but she was adamant to find a simple, sustainable solution.
Here comes this young lady with a passion and a know-how to bring fresh water to people who've never seen fresh water in their lives.
Moisa, EPT,
About 2.2 billion people living without access to safe water.
A desperate call in need of an urgent response.
Half of the continents have to leave their homes to access water.
Access to safe water is one of the most fundamental pillars for human health.
Africa is left behind and forgotten.
The main challenge in Africa is the lack of energy. Because there is no energy, people are still suffering. Because there is no electricity in medical centers, there is no electricity in schools. But most importantly, because there is no energy, there is no access to clean water. And yet, the sun exists, the water exists, and with only a few solar panels, we can make a change. Innovation Africa is a non-profit organization with a very simple mission: to bring Israeli technologies to African villages. Since 2008, we have brought solar energy to power schools, medical centers, and most importantly, to pump water in rural African villages. Once we bring clean water to a village, everything changes. Children are going to school, now there is better education, less people are sick, but what inspires us the most is when we get back to a village, we see agriculture, brick making, we see economic independence. Energy is the key to break the cycle of poverty.
There's lots of flowing water below Africa, and you just got to know how to find it.
We build a 10-meter tower. On top of it, we install just a few solar panels in order to power the pump and pump the water to a tank. Through gravity, water then flows to the different taps that we install throughout the village.
My wife went to a King David Schools Foundation women's event, and Sivan was the speaker. And she came back from that event and said to me, I have to meet and talk to Sivan. And when I spoke to her, she said, well, South Africa is quite a wealthy country. She doesn't really see the need for the work that she does in South Africa. So I said to her, well, just go around the rural areas and have a look.
Sivan went away and did all her research and then reported back to us after 3 months. And she confirmed that rural areas in South Africa desperately needed access to clean drinking water.
I managed to get the trustees to agree to support Sivan in the initial development of what we would then call the water projects.
We agreed to fund Innovation Africa with $1 million to support their first set of projects in South Africa. It was from those 11 villages that EDT initially funded that Innovation Africa has now completed almost 200 water projects in South Africa, impacting nearly 1 million people.
When I joined Innovation Africa, we were only operating in one region at that time. Now we are operating in 3 provinces, and we are, of course, planning to move to our 4th province.
In every village, we hire 10 people from the village, we pay them a salary, and for 4 months, they work with the contractor.
They provide them a lot of skills, such as scaffolding, pipe fitting, and many other skills which are components of the project.
By the time we leave, they know how to operate, how to maintain, and how to fix the solar water pumping system.
And it's a fairly straightforward situation, requiring very little maintenance, and it's very easily looked after by people that we train locally just to maintain it.
A key ingredient in the success of what Sivan and Innovation Africa do is the smarts of the technology that accompany this whole project.
What was very important for me from the beginning is to make sure that the pump that we install in a village we'll keep working. We invented an off-grid remote monitoring system.
We have a satellite view that we're able to look at daily and weekly.
Innovation Africa received an award with the UN, and we now have a special consultative status with the UN.
Sivan and Innovation Africa's work has touched the lives of over 5 million people across rural Africa. Of those, 800,000 are people in South Africa whose lives have been transformed thanks to Sivan and her team.
The warmth comes through her staff. Her passion comes through with her staff.
People who work in their organization really have a fantastic drive.
The team on the ground are always motivated to rally behind Sivan Yare to achieve even more because of her vision and mission.
She's a tough cookie, you know. She manages her team tightly.
Really is very, very impactful work.
I went to the opening of one of the projects. The water came out in a tall glass for the first time. They gave it to me and I lifted it up and drank it, and these hundreds of people went crazy. I cannot tell you the joy that this clean water produced.
It's really about creating communities that become self-sustainable.
Where literally within days and weeks and months, you can see how people's lives have changed.
You go back and you see irrigation, you see agriculture, you see brickmaking.
Children can now go to school, get education. People can now grow food, have better nutrition.
And seeing how you can change a person's life left an impact on me that I can still recall it till today.
We are absolutely dumbstruck by the impact and the joy that it has created in those local communities.
She sleeps, she eats, she breathes Innovation Africa.
My hopes is that she never stops, that she continues with her great work.
She is certainly one of the most inspirational leaders that I've been privileged to meet, and definitely one of the most impactful humanitarians.
Mazel tov, Sivan. You deserve it in every which way.
You brought light, you brought education, you brought water, you brought food, and changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people.
In Jewish tradition, we say, Kol Adam Olam Umlu. Each person is a universe. Innovation Africa has transformed over 5 million universes. Each life as precious and expansive as the next.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I just also ask if you would, there are many sponsors, but probably the most relevant and important sponsor, Nati and Francis Kirsch. You guys have provided her with the back office to ensure that she will continue to do her work for many, many years to come. And you deserve credit and praise for that.
Thank you very much, Mark Lapner. And now to bring us a message from Sivan herself, please would you welcome Rabbi Shmuel Mofson to give us a drosh on the spiritual significance of water, as well as the technical breakthroughs involved in Sivan Yare's. I'm just going to keep talking until he gets to the stage, but I have no idea what he's going to say. But it will, in fact, be a message from Sivan herself. If Rabbi Mofson is even here tonight, that's also a possibility. We live in an uncertain world. We can't be sure. Everything is in Hashem's hands. We can't be sure what will happen next. But here he is. Give it up for Rabbi Shmuel Mofson. Shkoyach.
One thing I can verify, there's definitely over 800 people here because I'm at table 76. So I just want to say that it really is an honor to be here. I'm not receiving the award in place of Sivan, who hopefully will be here next year, but she asked me to share a message with everyone here. I personally had the privilege of witnessing on a number of occasions the power and the joy that you can bring to people with small acts that became big acts. Sivan's story, which hopefully she will share, is a lady that came from an impoverished background, forced to move to Tanzania to work in the clothing industry, and she witnessed poverty at the age of 21, and she took it upon herself to change the world. The power of an act, the power of kindness is something that's immeasurable. The most profound, the most known person in the Torah is Moses, the greatest individual that ever lived. And the Torah only tells us one sentence about him. Moses was great because he was able to see the pain of other people. And Sivan, through Innovation Africa, has managed to change the lives of millions of people. She asked that I share this message, that as mentioned before, her husband David, a dear friend of mine, lost his father when she was en route to South Africa. She heard the news in Dubai when she was on the way here. And she wanted to send her sincere and heartfelt apologies for not able to be here tonight. In her words, this room is full of people I consider to be my closest family. The Lubners who have so kindly given me this honor. The Kirsch family, as mentioned, to have been the driving force behind Innovation Africa and have walked this journey with her for so many years. Sivan says, I'm looking forward to being at next year's Absa's Jewish Achievers Award to accept the trophy in person and to share my appreciation to the South African community. My heart is sore, but my mission is clear. Let's do this together with thanks, with blessings from a very special person, Sivan Yaari. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob, for that wonderful Josh. Inspirational. I wanted to share with all of you that I actually first met Sivan during a fundraiser. Raylene, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know where's Raylene Trudonsky, but it was the King David Foundation Tel Aviv, a fundraiser. And what happened was, in honor of the South Africans at the event, the venue cut the power for 2.5 hours. And the aircon went out, and it was 45 degrees on the stage, and I was schwitzing like my great-aunt Sylvia before she got Dr. Lipschitz to give her armpit Botox. The sweat was running off my forehead. A woman got out of her seat in the front row and said, "Would you like some water?" And I said, "Yes." And I didn't know it was her, but I, in the process, became the 5 millionth and first African to have the honor of being delivered fresh water to by Sivan Yaari, ladies and gentlemen. I found out subsequently it was actually water from a Brita filter, but still. She is incredible, and I think we should give her one more round of applause. Wherever you are, Sivan, we love you. Thank you for making a massive difference. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award is for entrepreneurship. When one thinks of entrepreneurship in South Africa, the name Ellerine is synonymous with how two brothers who started from nothing built the greatest furniture empire Africa has ever known. And here to present the Eric Ellerine Entrepreneur Award, please welcome Dion Ellerine.
My name's Charles Friedman. I'm the CEO at Servcraft.
I'm Clyde Ackerman. I'm Rael Lazaro. We're the owners of Thirst Bar Services.
I'm David Jacobson, the co-founder and CEO of Silac.
I'm Dion Friedland. I started my first retail venture when I was 20 years old and ultimately sold it and then opened Dion stores and sold Dion stores in, I think it was 1985.
My name's Ilan Wiesenbacher. I'm 43, I live here in Joburg, but all of my businesses are based in Zimbabwe.
I'm Jade Myers, and I've been a healthcare entrepreneur for the past 15 years or so.
I'm Jordan Hertz.
I'm Meryl Mishan.
I'm Joshua Kadish, and we run a company called SourceFit.
I'm Josh Weinberg. I'm 21 years old. I'm a serial entrepreneur.
My name is Josh Lasker, and I am the co-founder at Abbey Health.
I'm Justin Cromer. I'm the owner and co-founder of a Popular Bunch, as well as Tenders HQ.
My name is Nicholas Single, and I'm the founder of Emmett Gyms.
I'm Rafidi Marks. I am the sole owner of Tangled the Hair Salon, Pty Limited, and co-host and co-founder of Together We Connect podcast.
I'm Romy Becker. I'm a family, newborn, and motherhood photographer.
My name is Ross Silbert, and I'm the founder and CEO of Literally 3D.
I'm Ryan Chardovitz, the CEO of Iron Eyewear.
My name is Chevy Lurie, and I am the founder of Little Pudding Baby Food.
I'm Terry Mazel. I'm the founder and the chief connector of The Good Human.
My name is Tranny Salzman. I'm the owner and managing director of the Gold Avenue.
My name is Yankee Wolf, and I am a part owner and operator of the Wild Side.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, South African Jewish Report. I'm sure you're all sitting there and just feeling so inspired. I sit here and I think, wow, we can really believe in the continuation of the Jewish community in South Africa. I just feel really proud. In honor of my father, Eric Ellerin, whose main passions in life were South Africa, and his biggest passion in life was supporting entrepreneurs to achieve their full potential. I'm delighted to be handing out this award to successful entrepreneurs. And the winner of the Eric Ellerin Entrepreneur Award is Jordan Hertz, Josh Kadish, and Meryl Mishan from SourceFit.
Delays in the payment of contractors and suppliers within a month are stifling growth in black business and forcing some to close.
When you run a business without a capital, it's like driving a car without a petrol.
The importance of small and medium enterprises in building economies cannot be overemphasized.
I'm Jordan Hertz.
I'm Meryl Mishan.
I'm Joshua Kadish, and we run a company called SourceFit, the biggest purchase order funding and invoice discounting company in South Africa. SourceFit specializes in assisting SMMEs, especially BE Level 1 SMMEs, in fulfilling their purchase orders and discounting their invoices.
We've partnered with quite a few large institutions in government space and the private sector to generate additional leads for our business and help scale our impact further.
Partnerships that we have include FNB and some big government entities, including City of Joburg and GEP. We don't just specialize in purchase order funding. We look at numerous products to enable the forgotten SMME. Within 3 years, we've been able to help more than 500 SMMEs. This year, we plan to deploy more than R1 billion in funding. We have performed 100% service delivery on every single deal we've done.
Using technology and taking a tech-first approach, we've been able to service our clients extremely effectively, often giving them funding in under 48 hours.
Even with all the scalability we've had, we've been able to deploy funding with a bad debt rate of under 1.5%. We've just unlocked a partnership with one of South Africa's largest banks, which is going to take us to the next level from a lead generation and scalability perspective.
It helps you with alleviating the fact that you can get stretched out financially as a company.
We've created an end-to-end supply chain and service delivery where we assist our SMMEs, our clients, with funding, procurement, and a full suite of professional services to ensure that they deliver on their promises and on their orders.
You hear entrepreneur, you think, when I say you, the general public, yeah. Dripped out in Louis Vuitton, driving a G-Wagon and inflating prices by 1,000% and never delivering to government and winning contracts fraudulently. For me, that is part of a misconception. In reality, that is such a small percentage of the true SMMEs that do work for government. That's an outlier. Of the hundreds and thousands of people I've met in the last 3 years, I can count on my one hand how many of those guys I've met. All the rest are general business, good business people that want to do things, want to make stuff happen, and want to deliver.
If you don't have capital, you can have all the good ideas, but if you are not having fuel, which is capital, it's a problem. So your involvement in my business really helped me a lot, and I'm able to focus on the clients and suppliers and the compliance of the business.
Currently, we're looking at Gauteng predominantly, but the plan is to move throughout the country, opening up offices in, at the very least, Cape Town and Durban in the near future.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honored Rabbonim, members of parliament, and of course, our gracious host, Howard Saxton. It is an absolute privilege to stand here tonight and accept this award. At Sourcefin, we are a force for positive change, born to enable the forgotten SMMEs. A heartfelt thank you to Absa, to Howie, and the remarkable team at the SA Jewish Report. What you guys have put together is nothing short of incredible. To thrive as an entrepreneur, one must have both mentorship and a support system. I'm super fortunate to have been blessed with the very best of both. To Ira Epstein and Daryl Furman, thank you for your guidance and wisdom, which shaped my formative years as a young professional. Avi Mishan, you trusted me to lead Sourcefin, and you taught me how to transform an idea into a thriving business through execution, perseverance, and hard work. Sarah, my incredible wife, I'll never forget the day I came home and told you I was leaving my really good job in the legal profession to build a startup focused on funding government tenders. Without a hesitation, you said to me, I trust you, I believe in you, do it. I know not many would have shown such faith. Without you and our beautiful daughter Mila, I wouldn't be up here today. Mom and Dad, your sacrifices and unwavering commitment to my education created the platform to allow me to build a successful career. My siblings, all of you, you've provided me with something unique to make me a better version of myself. You keep me grounded and humble, and it means the world to me that I have all of you here tonight. Of course, my incredible business partners, Jordan, Marom, and of course, Jed, there are no others that I'd rather be in the trenches with every single day to build this business into the unicorn it's going to be. To the entire Sourcefin team, many of which are here tonight, thank you for your trust, your resilience, your commitment as we navigate this remarkable journey together. Finally, to our partners in the government and private sectors, some of you are here with us tonight. Thank you for enabling us, for believing in us, and allowing us to make a tangible impact in South Africa. Together, we are working to make South Africa better, one purchase order at a time. Thank you all for this incredible achievement.
I too am truly honored to be here tonight accepting this award alongside my business partners, Josh and Myron. A special mention must go out to Jed Harris, the unbelievable Sourcefin team, and Avi for your ongoing support and mentorship. It's a privilege to work alongside you all each day, and we know together we are building something that we can all be proud of. A big thank you to Howie, the Jewish Report, and Absa for hosting such an incredible event. To my parents, Michael and Mel, thank you for pushing me to become the best version of myself and instilling in me the values of hard work and resilience. To my siblings and the rest of my extended family, thank you for your unwavering support. And to Natasha, who tolerates my endless late night meetings and does a great job pretending to find my work interesting. Thank you for the balance you bring to my life. At Sourcefin, we are more than just a business. We empower SMMEs across South Africa to overcome challenges and achieve sustainable growth. We are driven by a shared vision of a thriving South Africa, a nation where our community flourishes with opportunities and growth. Together, we will continue to push boundaries and pave the way for the next generation of entrepreneurs and leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Howie, Absa, the organizing committee, and the judges for this tremendous honor. To receive recognition from our Jewish community, which has always valued entrepreneurship and innovation, makes this moment especially meaningful. My journey and Sourcefin's journey has been shaped by extraordinary people. Above all, I thank my parents, whose daily demonstration of dedication and pursuit of excellence became the foundation of not just who I am, but everything I strive to achieve and become. My dad is here today from Israel. Toda Abba. To my incredible brother Avi, my biggest supporter and mentor, thank you. To my sister who taught me the true meaning of empathy. To my wife, whose unwavering support and understanding makes everything possible. And to my partners, Mark Colley and Michael Rafi, as well as one of my early mentors, Tandy Cooper. Your guidance has been invaluable. Finally, to my partners here on stage with me, Jordan and Josh, Jed, and the entire Sourcefin team, you are amazing, and I truly believe are doing important work in uplifting entrepreneurs in South Africa. Sourcefin is just getting started, and honestly, that's what excites me the most. At our core, we're driven by the Jewish principle of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world through meaningful action, which we do by enabling forgotten SMMEs. A little call to action here. To the government and business leaders here tonight, your experience and influence could help us expand this impact across South Africa. I invite you to connect with me and the team and explore how we might work together. Thank you.
Congratulations to these extraordinary young men who look like they definitely have a lot of money in crypto. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Jordan Hertz, Josh Kadish, and Marom Mishan. And thank you to Dion Ellerine as well. Dion, I remember the time I came to your house with a man-made camera crew and you were shouting at your kids for jumping on your beautiful white couches that you definitely didn't get from Ellerine's. One more time. To the Ellerine family, thank you. As we're setting up for Art Matthews' next song, Art, I can actually see him backstage. I don't know if you realize this, but you have a very strong early 40s female Jewish fan base in this room. Make some noise if Art Matthews was your first big band celebrity crush, ladies. Quite a few women and one guy. And when they were in their early 20s, Art, those women couldn't have explained that you were not Jewish to their parents. They actually could have explained that, but they couldn't have explained the dreadlocks. So if you're a divorcee in your 40s, finally, you can bring Art Matthews home to your parents because now he's bald. But just think about it. Just think, Art, you could right now be not having any sex with your Jewish wife. That's what I'm trying to say. Which isn't going to be happening anytime because he's got a beautiful supermodel girlfriend, Tanya van Graan. So good luck getting rid of her. But Art, on behalf of all my middle-aged Jewish single women friends in this audience, there's no reason for you to be dating a shiksa. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for Art Matthews.
you, sir. And I don't know why. There's something that's not right with my soul. I have no goal. I have no goal. I'm leaving shallow waters. I'm leaving all my dreams of you. I can't go on. I want to run away. I think I'll go today. Tomorrow, well, it won't help me at all. It won't help me at all. Oh, now there's something that I told you and you don't know. That it's true. Oh, that it's true now. I'm leaving shallow waters. I'm leaving all my dreams of you. I can't go on. I want to run away. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm leaving shallow waters. All my dreams of you. I can't go on. I want to run away. Run away. I think I'll go today. Oh, 'cause you know tomorrow, well, it won't help me at all. It won't help me at all. Shallow waters. All my dreams of you. And I can't go. I'm leaving shallow waters now. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a beautiful evening. Cheers.
Exquisite sounds. Art Matthews, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Art. I love this. Ladies and gentlemen, to present our next award for arts, sports, science and culture, we were meant to have the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Gayton McKenzie, but unfortunately he had a busy schedule watching the Springboks in London. So he's asked me to say this to the Jews in the audience tonight on his behalf. Stop worrying about those Lithuanian passports. This country needs you. Lithuania doesn't need you. Give back your Lithuanian passports and start doing more than the bare minimum for this country. Adrian Gore. That's my impression of Gayton McKenzie. And now, to present the award for arts, sports, Science and Culture. Please welcome from the Jewish Report, Benji Porter, and last year's Rising Star winner, David Teeger.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Teeger. It was my great honor to once watch this man score 148 in the Maccabea finals. The finals was between South Africa and Australia. David was completely dominant. But what stood out about the innings wasn't just his glorious sixes, his magnificent fours, but was the transformation in the crowd. We started watching. The Australian supporters, who were all expats, sounded a bit like Crocodile Dundee. They had this deep Australian accent. By the end of David's innings, they all sounded a bit like Stephen Kossoff. The true Benoni boys that they were. David literally beat the accent out of them and made us all proudly South African. And that's just a little bit of what this guy does. Howie, wherever you are, I have the same sense of you and the brilliant organizing committee. You literally take us and you beat into us the power of dreaming and the power of inspiration. You remind us by showcasing these remarkable people, the winners, the nominees, on what can be done. It makes us all, I know definitely for me, reflect on how with Hashem's help, we can pursue our own dreams and achieve the change-making difference that we all like to be. Thank you, Howie, and thank you to the team. And with that, I hand over to David to announce the winner of this award.
The winner of the Art, Sport, Science and Culture Award is Colin Nathan.
Don't tell me my fighter can't win, because I love upsetting the odds.
You've got 9 minutes. 9 minutes to turn your life around. You want to turn your life around. So then look at me. You've got to do it, and you've got to do it now.
Can Sibanati Nanshinga turn the tables here tonight? Another final 10 seconds. Oh! A miraculous comeback! The special one! In favor of the winner and the new WBO Super Flyweight Champion of the world, the Truth Kafu.
Another world champion in the books for his training and his management achievements.
Another dream fulfilled and another kid who could build his mother a house and make a lot of money, thank God.
Colin took Hickey Butler from Hickey's first fight to world champion. And what's important to note there is that Hickey was a universal champion and rated by the Ring magazine as the best in his category. Now, that is a hell of an accomplishment.
He took a chance with me, but we grew together.
I trust him with my life. He's guided me in my boxing career to become a 7-time world champion. I've won more world titles than any South African in history.
Did I think you were going to be a legitimate 2-weight world champion and Ring magazine champion? I dreamed of it, and it happened.
Take a fighter from his first professional fight to the real summit of his weight division. That's unquestionably Colin's, in my opinion, unquestionably Colin's finest achievement.
My fascination with boxing started when I was 2 years old, and then I had memories of my parents in the wee hours of the morning screaming at the television set at Harry Couture fighting overseas. When I was 7 years old, I was taken to a boxing gym and literally I fell in love with it. When I finished Patrick in 1996, I remember being on Clifton Fourth Beach with all my friends who we had just finished, and we were all just discussing, what are you going to do next year? And I got like, I'm going to be studying accounts, I'm going to be studying BCom. And then it got to me and it was like, next year, I'm going to be on TV as a TV presenter. And then like everyone was like, you're sure, Colin, you're right. And guess what happened?
Well, it's 19 days to go till the 2nd of June, which means it's almost time for you guys to vote.
I didn't really want to be a television presenter for the rest of my career. I started my boxing gym when I was 22, and that's what I've done. And I believe that I'm following that path, and I believe that I'm living my dream.
Colin, in what he does, is absolutely par excellence. People don't realize how good he is, not at training fighters, which he is, but knowing the administration of boxing.
He's got very, very good people skills. He knows for each boxer, each person has to be trained and managed differently, and Colin is very, very good at getting the best out of his boxers.
I've started with fighters at the beginning of their careers and turned them into legitimate, credible world champions overseas. And that for me is something very, very special. But it's been a long, hard journey to get to this point.
What he's doing now within the South African boxing community to give young fighters opportunities with Boxing 5 promotions, that's really what sets him apart from others.
Yeah, I don't want to diminish what anyone else is doing in South African boxing, but no one seems to be doing what Colin is doing. He's getting his fights, big deals, big TV deals, big promotional deals, and he's built up this network of contacts, and he's done it. He's done it the hard way by investing in himself.
He's so good for the boxing community in South Africa that he gets guys fights overseas. He's the guy that gets the guys paid in South Africa. That's another reason he's so well respected in the world of boxing.
I always back myself, and still to this day I back myself 100%.
Colin's always striving to be 1% better every day.
I genuinely care about my fighters. I care about my athletes. I want the best possible opportunities for them.
In our world, we're such a masculine, heavy world where people try to hold their cards close to their chest, and Colin just wears his heart on his sleeve, and I think that's why people are so endeared to him.
There's the belief system that Colin has in himself and his fighters, which you can't teach, you can't coach that.
He's not scared to stand up and do what's right for boxing, what's right for his fighters.
To see Cole honoured like this and respected in his community, I know how truly it would mean deep down in his heart.
He's a guy who's done it. There's no question about it. He doesn't just say it, he's done it.
So South Africa has a world champion, embraced by his trainer, Colin Nathan.
It took me 16 years to become an overnight success.
When he talks to you, he makes you feel like you're the only person in the room and you're the only person that matters, and Colin is a real mensch. And a higher compliment than that, I cannot give.
Best trainer in the country, best manager in the country, probably in the world, in my personal opinion. You'd love your lot to take care.
I just want to carry on living my dream for as long as I can.
And you won't believe it, he's just walked into my office now. He's at the door getting coffee.
I need a cup of coffee. We're all so jet lagged, it's of us.
He's just brought the envelope to pay me for the nice things I said.
Absa's slogan is "Your story matters," and I want to share with you my latest story. But before that, I want to go back in history to the 16th of September, 1981, where Tommy the Hitman Hearns was going up against Sugar Ray Leonard for the undisputed welterweight championship of the world. As the fights unfolded round by round, it was clear that Hearns was building a sizable lead on the judges' scorecards, which Leonard was losing, with his reputation and career hanging in the balance. As Leonard sat down in his corner after the 13th round, his trainer, Angelo Dundee, one of the all-time great trainers and managers in boxing history, famous for training Muhammad Ali, looked at Leonard and shrieked, "What, are you nuts? You're fighting the man's fight. I'm telling you, you're blowing it, son. You're blowing it." That was all Leonard had to hear, those words, "you're blowing it," digging into his pride, ego, and the fear of losing to Hearns. He came out galvanized in the 14th round, shifted gears, and stopped Hearns to win the championship of the world. Fast forward 43 years later, on the 14th of October this year, an unheralded fighter from the dusty township streets of Duncan Village, East London, South Africa, Phumelela the Troop Kafu, was challenging esteemed 4-division world champion Kosei Tanaka in Tokyo, Japan for his world title. The opening round saw both fighters using the round as a reconnaissance, with Tanaka ever so slightly just edging it. Kafu, an 8-1 underdog, dropped the defending champion in the 5th round. You would have thought that Kafu was well on his way to becoming champion of the world. Then came the 7th round, in which Tanaka shifted gears and came out strong, forcing Phumelela to retreat on the back foot and go into defensive mode while not throwing any punches back and being totally dominated and somewhat overwhelmed. Now, after spending some time with Kafu outside of training camp and in the build-up to the fight, we were in studio for a radio interview with the host asking him, "Well, besides becoming champion of the world, what other dreams do you have?" He said he always dreamt of buying his mother a house after all she had done for him. That was my cue. You're giving him too much respect. All that stuff about buying your mother a house, you're letting him take it away from you. The rest is history. Phumelela won a split decision to become the latest credible world champion for South African boxing and my latest world champion. Words are like toothpaste. Once they're out the tube, you can't get them back. But words can change the trajectory of someone's mindset, galvanize that person to do the unthinkable, especially when the odds are stacked against you. And most recent in my career, when the odds are 8-1. Hashem has blessed me with the ability to change lives with positive vibes. I'd like to thank Howard Saxton, my team, staff, and No Doubt management of the Hot Box Gym. And of course, it would be remiss of me not to mention my boxing partner, Boxing Fire Promotions, and a special mention to Larry Weinstein, my first world champion, who's here tonight, Heki the Executioner Butter, who took a gamble on me when I was young and an unproven trainer manager at the time. My inner circle in boxing, you guys know who you are. I'd also like to thank my wife and my ex-wife, because I'm gonna get a cuck if I don't. My kids, Daniel, Jamie, and Kyla. Dad does this for you. And the last thank you goes to the fighters in South Africa who've chosen me to achieve their dreams, fulfill their goals, and change their lives. In closing, when I got told that I was winning this award, I started to get teary thinking of my late father, Stanley, who introduced me to the sport. But not only thinking about my father, but thinking about my community, you, the Jewish community. Thank you.
One more time for the winner of the Arts, Sports, Science and Culture Award 2024, Colin Nathan! Ladies and gentlemen, testament to Colin's unbelievable training abilities. He's even managed to train 2 Jewish fighters. That is a miracle. One of whom almost won a gold medal at the Maccabi Games. I was there. They announced him in the blue corner, world heavyweight champion of Glen Hazel, Jared Mofsovitz. He was going for it. His mother had stalked him to the games. At that point, ran into the ring shouting, "Jared, throw in the towel immediately. You're supposed to go into finance. This is bullshit. This is all because you're dating a shiksa." And he was. I wanted to just mention to David Tiga, you're not the only person that's won a gold medal at the Jewish Olympics. Musa Mamane, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Maccabi Games, the Jewish Olympics. It's actually more like the Special Olympics, but with more accountants. And we actually, that year, it was 23rd, we actually played India in the final. But we called them the Hindus, and they... Indian and Jewish, so they drive a very hard bargain. I don't mean to racially stereotype them, but we batted first. We scored 203. And Ali Bacher, their captain, came to us and said, "Give us 199 to chase." And they did. Also, could somebody please nominate next year our 11th Jewish Springbok, Sasha Feinberg, Gomez Zulu, who is also our first Zulu Jewish, our first Julu Springbok, which I think is something worth celebrating. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a word from our sponsors.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? I'm talking about those first steps, next steps, even missteps. The steps that move us all forward. Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking.
Drink responsibly, not for persons under the age of 18.
Thank you very much, Johnny Walker. Our next presenter's ancestors hail from the same shtetl as me in Lithuania. Krakenovo in Yiddish, Krakenieva in Lithuanian, Krakeniece in Japanese. I'm not sure what they were doing there. By the way, Wendy Fisher, if you're watching, it's been 12 years and we still can't get our Lithuanian passports. Please, could you expedite that? Although, to be honest, I don't think we really need them. As Rabbi Oshi Feldman always says to me, Lithuania doesn't need you, the Garden Shul does. Finally, here to present the special and extraordinary award. She spent the last year designing her Absa Jewish Achievers Awards dress, a woman who puts the glitz in the glamour. Please welcome SA Jewish Report Board member and president of the Krakenovo Society, Dina Diamond. Hello, President.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to my cousin from the Krakenovo Society, Nick Rabinovitz, the one and only. Let's hear a round of applause for him. He's been unbelievable. So tonight is not the first time that we actually have awarded the special and extraordinary award from the South African Jewish Report. The last time was just before COVID, to Maestro Benjamin Zander, who is the conductor of the Boston Philharmonic. And it gives me great pleasure this evening to present the special and extraordinary award of the South African Jewish Report. The winner of this special award is the first and only South African inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Trevor Rabin.
Acoustic, electric, digital, he can do it all, and he does.
Move yourself. You always live your life. Keep me loving Charlie.
The son of classically trained musicians, including a father who was lead violinist for the Johannesburg Orchestra, Trevor discovered the guitar at age 12 and never looked back. He's founded what became the most successful pop act in South Africa's history.
We became very tight, me, Ronnie and Neil.
When I said to Trevor, well, what are we going to call this thing? He instantly came back and said, Rabbit. By this stage, The homes of all four parents were being besieged by young girls, camping and sleeping on their lawns.
I thought it was kind of saturation time in South Africa. I do a pretty comprehensive tour of Great Britain, which was a lot of fun. We had this communality of coming from a similar background, really, very, very much the same. So we got on incredibly well to this day. It was easy to work with him. And easy is an incredibly big word in music. Forget everything everybody else says, meaningful, this, that, souls getting together. The main thing is easy. I remember being in the studio and we were working away and having struggles and problems. And Trevor kind of politely suggested we all bugger off and just let him start from scratch. I moved to LA. There was one offer that intrigued me, and it was to get together with Chris Squire, the bass player who was with Yes, who'd broken up, and Alan White, the drummer from Yes. We had one jam together, and that was the beginning of that. I write what became 90125, the Yes album, which included the Own of a Lonely Heart song.
Trevor's a streamlined, quirky songwriting revitalized Yes, both creatively and commercially.
We did a show in Rio, and we didn't know had the record sold in Rio or Brazil. And turns out there were 500,000 people at the show. I thought, okay, I've arrived. And we continued that way for 12, 13 years. All I wanted to do with Yes, I thought we had achieved. So I left the band. There was, a number of sessions in between which were enlightening. Bob Dylan was one.
Man has invented his doom. First step was touching the moon.
Sessions with Bob Dylan were kind of strange, but simple and enjoyable. Very, very nice person. Very quiet. Paul Rodgers.
You know what, Trevor? I'm gonna show all you good-looking women. Hey, just how you gonna treat your man.
I'll never forget the one I did with Michael Jackson. He said, I want to explain the song to you before I play it to you. And I said, okay. And he sat on the chair, and with his legs and his tongue and his hands and his gestures,
all I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Basically performed the song, just him on his own. And I remember pointing at him saying, you should put that on a DVD. Forget about the record. It was so amazing. There's a riff on it, which is a synthesizer riff, which is programmed, that goes. So I played it to him, and he just burst out laughing, and he put it on the record. Put his hand in front of his mouth and said, "Oh, you're so fast." He had started doing orchestration, which ultimately led to his ability to write a full score for orchestra when he ultimately got into the film business.
A guitar lesson with Steven Seagal led to his first assignment.
I went and sat to Steven at his house for, I think it was about 2 hours, playing together and giving him some thoughts and ideas. He said, "Oh, what can I do for you? I want to pay you." I said, "No, don't be silly." But I said, "If you know any agents or anything, I'm thinking of getting to film scoring." He said, "Meet with this guy, Doug Frank, and I'm going to tell him you're doing the film." So I went and met with Doug Frank, and he almost facetiously said, "What makes you think we're going to hire you for Steven's movie?" I had nothing to lose, so I equally facetiously said back to him, "What makes you think you're going to talk Steven out of it?" And that was my first movie. Jerry Brockheimer's team heard the music and mentioned it to Jerry, and the next thing I'm doing 12 Jerry Brockheimer movies.
that crosses all barriers and genres. His innate ability to understand a film's dramatic needs, then supply exactly the right music, has made him one of the most sought-after composers in Hollywood. Trevor's knack for writing heroic anthems has even heralded a president of the United States.
There are some significant scores that he has done and songs that he has written that'll be around for a while.
He's just incredible. The work that he does and the orchestration, he's such a talented guy.
There's not much else to say, frankly. He's a friend and he's a very talented guy.
It's amazing you got it even though you did movies for us. I thought that would ruin your career, but fortunately, you've survived us and you've gone on to create great things. Congratulations, Trevor.
There's my Jewish gesture for you. No, he's okay.
It is very rare that one in our industry gets to work with someone who is actually just not of this planet.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I have to thank you so much. This is such an honor to get this award. I feel very blessed to get this after quite a long career. It's really an honor and so enjoyable to be speaking to people about it and to have got involved in looking at my past and how beautifully it's been acknowledged. And I can't thank you enough for this. Thank you very much. There's a lot of people I should thank. I should thank the whole body of you guys who put this together. I thank my parents, my mother, my dad, my brother, my sister, my wife Shelley, my son Ryan, and every musician that's ever influenced me. Thanks.
Congratulations, Trevor Rabin, and to accept his certificate and trophy on his behalf, please welcome his brother, entertainment lawyer Derek Rabin. Congratulations to the Rabin family. Derek, I haven't checked this with you, but is it true you guys used to be Rabinovitzes? Yes. Well, yeah. Although, to be fair, you can leave. You don't have to stay here for this. But my grandfather also shortened our name because we were, I believe that, is it true, Dina, the Lithuanian ambassador is actually with us. Wave to us. Where's Rasa? There's Rasa. Give it up for the Lithuanian ambassador, everybody. Why is it taking so long for my passport, Rasa? Why are you calling our children up to the Lithuanian army? We don't fight unless it's for Colin Nathan, okay? Rasa, Derek, you can go if you need to. But Rasa, I'm actually descended from a long line of Lithuanian rabbis. We've traced it back 10 generations to my 10th great-grandfather, Rabbi Hacheva Moshe Ashkenazi Katzenellenbogen Rabinovitz. And he actually died in 1605, Derek, in Neustadt. We don't know how he got to Poland, but he died there. We're not sure how. It was either bubonic plague, Rasa, or Tay-Sachs, or Crohn's, or cystic fibrosis, or genetically transmitted pogrom-related anxiety. We think it was the stress that killed him in the end. I'm joking, he was stabbed by anti-Semites, but he wasn't even a Rabinovitz. He was a Katzenellenbogen, Derek. And then we had to change our name, like you probably did as well, because the Russians said, no, you're going to be named after your occupation. You were also from rabbis, so they said, no, Rabin, the rabbi, Rabin. And then the son, Vich, am I right? Rasa Vich, the son of the rabbi, became Rabinovich, okay? And then his son became Rabinovichovich. That was my fourth great-grandfather, Yosef Shaul Rabinovich, and then his son, Chaim Shlomo Rabinovich, and then his son, Benjamin Leib, came to South Africa. But by that stage, we sounded like DJs scratching, Rabinovich. So, well done, Trevor Rabin. Thank you very much. Mazel tov. And now a man hopefully destined to be the second South African in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Please welcome back on stage, Josh Bauer.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. Now E is even more than anyone that you adore can love. It's all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart, but please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. You're looking at me, and O is for the only one I see. V is so very, very extraordinary. Now E is even more than anyone that you adore can love. It's all that I'm gonna give to you. Oh, love is more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart, but please don't break it, 'cause love was made for me and you. Oh, I said love was made for me and you. Yes, I'm telling you, love was made for me and you.
Performer, what a voice, what a night, what a trumpet. Give it up for Josh Bauer, ladies and gentlemen. And now, thank you, Josh, our 10th award for the night, here to present the Man-Made Community Service Award and explain what the Jewish Achievers Awards will look like 10,000 years from now. Are Mick and Shane Mann, who after cryogenically freezing themselves will no doubt be presenting this award in 12,024. But first, the Man-Made video made by Man-Made themselves, which is their 700,000th pro bono video they've made for the community. Give it up for the Man-Made brothers.
evening, everyone. We look forward to this night for many months to come. It's great to be back. We come together to honor those who have not only excelled in their respective fields, but also made profound and lasting contributions to our society. Tonight, we have the privilege of presenting the Community Service Award, a recognition that stands as a testament to the power of selfless action, courage, and a commitment to justice. The Jewish people have been there since the beginning of the struggle for freedom in South Africa. We cannot ignore the legacy of Jewish activists who played pivotal roles in shaping the struggle. People like Albie Sachs, Ruth First, Dennis Goldberg, and Helen Suzman, to name just a few, played a pivotal role, ultimately leading to the release of Nelson Mandela.
How's it, everybody? Thanks to Howard and Dina for bringing this community together. This year has particularly been challenging since October 7th, and our community's true spirit has shone brightly. We have stood together, united by our shared values and our pride in our heritage. And our heritage teaches us the power of community and strength found in collective action. It's this spirit that uplifts and unites us and drives us, inspiring leaders and change makers who dedicate themselves to making the world a better place. Tonight's award recipient embodies these ideals profoundly, demonstrating unwavering commitment and exemplary leadership that have not only enriched our community in South Africa, but have also paved paths toward greater good and understanding. And as we present this award, let us all be reminded of the potential we have to affect positive change when we stand together. Thank you for your inspiration, your service, and your shining example. Let's continue to support one another and work together to forge a brighter, more inclusive future. I love this quote from Margaret Mead that says, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has." With that, let's see who wins.
The winner is the Jewish National Fund, South Africa. Woo!
For over a century, the Jewish National Fund has been synonymous with environmental stewardship and community development, not only in Israel, but also here in South Africa. Since our founding in 1903, we have planted over 240 million trees and developed world-leading expertise in water management, beekeeping, forestry, and sustainable development. In South Africa, JNFSA has been a cornerstone of the Jewish community's outreach efforts, uplifting disadvantaged communities and supporting vital environmental education.
At the request of President Mandela, we partnered with Food and Trees for Africa, and we launched the Nelson Mandela Park on Arbor Day in 1996. President Nelson Mandela himself inaugurated the park.
In 2004, the next project focused on education. The JNF Walter Sisulu Environmental Centre, in collaboration with the Gauteng Department of Education, was designed to address one of South Africa's most pressing needs, environmental education. Since its inception 20 years ago, the centre has educated over 200,000 learners from disadvantaged schools about the importance of conservation. Through innovative projects like using treated wastewater for irrigation and partnering with the city of Tshwane to plant thousands of trees in the township, JNF South Africa is helping to combat climate change and secure a greener future for generations to come. The centre was recently accredited by the Department of Science and Innovation as a science centre. Ours is the only one in a township. This has allowed us to branch out into teaching much-needed robotics and programming skills.
I had the privilege of working with the JNF Walter Sisulu Center. It is a wonderful resource to the local community.
When cholera broke out in Hammanskraal, JNF collaborated with specialists from Sheba Medical Center to provide the city of Tshwane assistance in combating cholera and other waterborne diseases. JNF SA has also partnered with Africa Tikkun to pilot cutting-edge Israeli wastewater treatment technology.
The JNF has been approached by the South African Beekeepers Association to share Israeli know-how to revive the country's honey industry.
Our latest project in Israel is the Siyabonga Garden in Talmud, where the JNF South Africa, together with the South African Zionist Federation, recognize the remarkable and disproportionate contribution of South African Jews to the anti-apartheid struggle.
On October 7th, 2023, everything changed. 1,200 people were massacred, 460 at the Nova Music Festival in the JNF forest at Re'im. Among the dead were 2 South African grandmothers. 251 people were taken hostage, including 3 South Africans, creating 68,000 Israeli internal refugees. A year later, many are still unable to return to their homes. In the north, 80,000 Israelis were also forced to flee their homes.
Within 48 hours, in collaboration with the South African Jewish Report, we raised funds to evacuate hundreds of children from the south to the JNF Field Center in the tranquility of the Galilee.
Hezbollah rocket attacks have ravaged the landscape, destroying over 84,000 acres with raging fires. We've provided over 120 specialized firefighting vests to protect those on the front lines and have delivered 3 mobile firefighting units.
No one in South Africa seemed to care that 251 people had been snatched from their homes and taken hostage to Gaza. There were 3 South African hostages, including 2 elderly women, Aviva Siegel and Hannah Perry. Together with the base community, the Jasanovskis and Ronit Beleli, we decided to take up their cause in South Africa.
We joined other cities around the world and organized a public vigil in Johannesburg.
On Human Rights Day and throughout the year, we turned Johannesburg yellow. Banners, posters, and thousands of yellow ribbons lined the streets, all in solidarity with our hostages.
We launched a project to bring freed hostages and hostage families to South Africa, not only to give them a safe space for respite and healing, but also to ensure that their powerful stories of resilience reach the South African audience. We have already facilitated 5 trips this year.
Amos Horn had 2 of his brothers kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz by Hamas. For the last year, Amos and his wife Dalia have traveled the world, pressuring world leaders like the UN Secretary General, the Pope and the head of the Red Cross to take action to secure their release.
Amit Susano was taken hostage from Kibbutz Kfar Aza and held for a long 55 days. She courageously became the first hostage to speak out about the sexual abuse that she encountered during her captivity.
Lotus Lahav, an October 7th survivor, recounted her harrowing experience where she used a piece of Dyson vacuum cleaner to create a makeshift lock for her family's safe room door.
Most recently, we have hosted Moran Stelayanai, who was released after 54 days, as well as Noah Argamani, who was rescued by the IDF after 8 months in captivity.
The Jewish National Fund of South Africa continues to build on the foundations laid decades ago, strengthening ties between the Jewish community, Israel, and the people of South Africa. Through education, community empowerment, and environmental stewardship, we remain committed to creating hope and building a more tranquil and peaceful world for future generations.
Please would Michael come up to collect the award? Michael, there we go.
King Solomon reminds us that for everything there is a season, a time to sow and a time to reap, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to tear down and a time to build up, a time for war and a time for peace. Good evening, Rabbonim, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. The past year has been one of the most challenging seasons in living memory for our community and the Jewish world. Yet in the face of such adversity, I'm deeply proud of the way our small, dedicated team at the JNF, alongside our incredible partners, has stepped up to provide hope, healing, and a profound sense of connection. Thank you to the South African Jewish Report, Absa, Howard Sackstein, and Man-Made Media for recognizing our contribution tonight. In this age of disruption, where startups dominate the narrative, our story is different. It's a story of renewal, of an established institution evolving to meet new challenges. Our iconic blue box, a fixture in Jewish homes for over 120 years, is a powerful reminder of the impact of small, collective actions. The coins dropped into those boxes by individual Jewish families across South Africa once helped drain swamps and made the desert bloom. Today, they empower us to green urban spaces, educate environmental champions, pilot innovative water solutions, support our firefighters, and promote resilience and healing. As President Mandela said when he inaugurated our JNF Nelson Mandela Park in Mamelodi, it is in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. It is that legacy we are honored to continue. Community service is not a solo endeavor. Our success lies in our ability to hire talented staff, attract committed volunteers, and partner with amazing organizations that share our vision and values. Tonight, I want to express my deep appreciation to those who have been instrumental in our journey. To our National Director, Bev Schneider, and her exceptional team, Lisa Kotzen and Kiki Shelped, thank you for your calm, steady leadership that ensures everything gets done. To our volunteers, President Isla Feldman, Treasurer Jules Erdang, and committee members, especially Fran Blumenthal, Robin Shapiro, Saul Jasinowski, Benji Schulman, and Kayla Erdang, your selfless commitment of time and energy is invaluable. To our partners, the City of Tshwane, the Gauteng Department of Education, the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Solid Waste, Food and Trees for Africa, the South African Jewish Report, Africa Tikkun, the KwaZulu-Natal Zionist Council, the South African Israel Chamber of Commerce, and the South African Zionist Federation. Your collaboration has been crucial to our success. And of course, to JNF KKL and Orna Tug for your steadfast support of South Africa and our Jewish community. Finally, to the base, to Rabbi Zulberg, his wife Gila, and brother Moshe Zulberg, to the Jasinowskis and Ronit Beleli, thank you for the incredible work we have been able to do together to achieve on behalf of the hostages. As South African struggle poet Wally Sirota wrote in his poem For Don M. Band, it is a dry white season, dark leaves don't last. It is a dry white season, brother, only the trees know the pain. Their branches dry like wires. Indeed, it is a dry white season, but seasons come to pass. We pray for the imminent release of our 101 hostages still held in Gaza, and we at the JNF are already preparing with their return for a new season of rebuilding, dancing, and peace. Thank you.
One more time for the JNF South Africa. As Big Man said, that Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of tree-hugging individuals can change the world for generations to come. One more time for the JNF. Well done. We have come, you'll be pleased to know, to the final award of the night. And here to present, well, actually not here, but to present the Kirsch Family Lifetime Achievement Award in honor of Helen Suzman, we cross now to Wendy Fisher.
This is the 25th year of the Jewish Achiever Awards. 25 years of a remarkable legacy recognizing the historic and disproportionate contribution made by the Jewish community to South Africa. There were those who wished to write us out of South African history, to belittle our contribution towards the struggle for freedom in South Africa, our philanthropic contributions to the nation, our feedings of the poor, our training of professionals, our buildings of businesses and factories and industries. Now, more than ever, we need to create icons for the country, people who have built businesses, contributed to the economy, created jobs, and built the very fabric of our society. These awards now recognize rising stars, fostering and encouraging the future leaders of South Africa. But at the same time, we recognize those who have spent a lifetime creating the unique, the extraordinary, and the seemingly impossible. Tonight's winner falls into such a category. The Kirsch family is so honored to be the sponsors of this award. The roots of our family are deep in the dusty soil of South Africa. South Africa created a springboard for us to thrive and flourish around the world. But wherever we go, our soul beats with the rhythm of Africa. This continent will always be our home. So it's with great pleasure that this year we can once again recognize a remarkable South African, an inspiration and role model for our nation. The winner of the Kirsch Family Lifetime Achievement Award, given in honor of the legacy of Helen Suzman, is my great friend, Michael Lewis.
The journey of a million miles begins with a single step. To understand the beginnings of it, I need to go back a little bit from a family point of view because it happened in the context of a set of family events. The original family business was started by my grandfather, which is today Lewis Stores. He was an immigrant that came to South Africa in about 1908 from Latvia. He was a hawker. People couldn't always pay him cash for the threads and the needles, the buttons, the small things that he had. So sometimes he took a bedside table or a lamp. He then managed in late 20s, early 30s to buy Woodstock Auction Mart, where he began auctioning this furniture that he was getting. He found that as a better way to turn furniture items that he'd received into cash. And then he figured out that he knew enough about furniture that he should just open a store in Victoria Road, Woodstock, which is where Lewis Stores is today. The two older brothers were in it, and over time, my father got more and more involved in it. And there was a series of tragedies that began in 1950. My uncle, Jack, was killed in a plane crash, and 6 weeks later, the other brother, Izzy, dropped dead of a heart attack. By the time these tragedies had unfolded, the control of Lewis Stores had passed to Great Universal, with my father working for them as managing director. In late 1957, early 58, he identified Foschini and simultaneously left Lewis Stores from 1957-58. He poured his soul into a very dedicated effort over the next 30-odd years to expand the business into the other businesses that came subsequently.
To the money desk now, the owner of Foschini now owns Jet Stores.
Foschini, owner TFG, now owns, as you say, almost 400 Jet Stores in the country.
It is driven by a vision of what the business is likely to need over a period of time. So it's looking forward and enabling that with great people and the willingness to put investment capital behind it. It's the Bible by which we live. There were and remain people who believe that we've gone too fast, too far, spent too much money. Those criticisms are gradually abating because the results are starting to come through. There are many platform aspects of the business that we bring to acquisitions or new businesses that the subsequent generations of management have built very carefully and created a wonderful platform both to run the existing businesses but also to bring things onto it.
They are close to 5,000 stores. We've got 35 very powerful brands. Over the past decade, TFG has become a very significant, truly international retailer.
The future arrives very quickly, and it's going to arrive whether you like it or you don't. There's change, and there is the need to meet that change, and the way you meet that change is with talented, quality people who can look forward. 10, 12 years ago, a decision was made to acquire a factory. It was a big change for us, something we'd really stayed away from. But we realized that we were becoming of sufficient scale that the net effect, when you add it all up, logistics, transport, the shorter period of decision-making, you're increasing your intellectual capital and your understanding of how processes are undertaken in a way that makes your business more efficient that you didn't understand before.
TFG has almost single-handedly revitalised the clothing manufacturing industry in South Africa over the last 5 or 6 years. Today we employ about 7,500 people in our own factories.
In an employment-starved country, the fact that we're playing our role in expanding, adding to employment, both in numbers and in terms of quality of employment, and doing so whilst at the same time getting a BE score of 2, I believe it is, which is, very, very good. I think it's the best in retail in South Africa. So we're not only expanding the numbers, the quality of the work, but we're doing it in a way that matters to the future of South Africa. An inclusive way is a matter of great pride to us, and we won't take our foot off that accelerator at all. There's sort of 2 parts, I guess, to my life, or maybe 3, I suppose, beyond family. From a work point of view, there's obviously TFG. Then there's Strand, the business in Australia, which is owned directly by our family. It sells luggage and fashion accessories.
One of Australia's most unassuming but successful retailers is defying the sales downturn, opening its 293rd store.
He's perfected that owner role where you can support and lead a team. He knows what's going on around the world and certainly the role digital's playing in the ever-changing retail landscape.
I do some work in the philanthropic world. When my father passed away, we established a chair of Israel studies at Oxford in his name, which is dedicated to teaching modern Israel history, economics, society, and politics. But it's not political in the narrow or traditional sense of that word. It's teaching the entire topic, and actually it's been very successful.
Michael has single-handedly transformed the academic engagement with matters of Israel studies in Oxford University specifically and the UK more generally. Through his fund, he has endowed the Stanley Lewis Chair Professorship in Israel Studies, making Oxford one of the leading players in the study of Israel.
Families, major for me. I have two girls who live in New York, one son who's in the business in Australia, and I have a little travel related both to business and to family. I obviously have a new young daughter from my second marriage. I was incredibly lucky to have amazing parents at every level. Their values, their attitude to life, their ethics. My mother's still alive. She's nearly 97. It's about fulfillment and a feeling of a sense of contribution. You're doing something that's honorable and you're putting food on the table. You're contributing in some way to society. Those are very important sources of joy. That balance is important to everybody. And as time goes along, of course, things change and got to adapt. I have a full life and a busy life, one that is quite well balanced and very enjoyable. I'm very grateful for the balance that I have.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to present the award to Michael Lewis, please welcome Natie Kirsch and psychologist to the Jewish stars, Dr. Dorian Wheel. Dr. D, I'm sorry, I believe you asked me not to call you doctor, but not calling Dr. D. Dr. D is like not calling Dr. Kumalo, Dr. Kumalo. Please welcome Natie Kirsch and Dr. D. Okay, so I'm receiving instructions in my ear that I have to get both of you off the stage so Michael can first come and make his speech. But are you really asking me to evict a billionaire from the stage?
Let me just say, I don't go so easily.
I told you, Howie.
This is completely unexpected. I did not expect to be here, and I certainly did not expect to be talking to such an amazing group of people. All I can say is, observing all of what we saw today, the contribution of the Jewish people across South Africa is quite unique. But might I also add, it's not unique to South Africa. The contribution to the Jewish people, to the world at large, is quite remarkable. And so all I can say is thank you for honoring me in this way, but the honor is for all of us. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Natie. And ladies and gentlemen, now to present the award, please welcome on stage Michael Lewis. To receive the award, not present the award. Thank you, Dr. D. We'll take a picture with Michael and then he will deliver his acceptance speech.
The hour is late. The hour is late. I will keep it as short as I possibly can. Chief Rabbi, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, when Dorian, God bless her, where are you, Dori? There you are. When Dorian first told me about this award, I had two reactions. First is that I didn't realize that I was actually old enough to get a Lifetime Achievement Award. And the second, and I assure you there's no false modesty here, is that in looking at the list of previous recipients, including you, Natie, and maybe especially you, I felt like something of an imposter. Nevertheless, I am grateful for the acknowledgement and kindness, and I'm delighted to be here accompanied by my loving wife, who provides so many things to me
the most important of which is Shalom Bayit, and all the love in the world. My sisters and brothers-in-law, whose unwavering love and support are a cornerstone of my life. Unfortunately, geography precludes my children from being here, but they have expressed their pride and their love for me, and as always, I'm extremely grateful for that. I acknowledge too my 97-year-old mother, Zia, who gave serious thought about being here tonight, actually, but it would have been too much for her. I owe her more than I could possibly describe. I'd also like to welcome the Foschini Group Chief Executive Officer, Anthony Thunstrom. There you are, Anthony. And his wife, Jen, and my board colleague, Eddie Ovlovitz, for giving of their precious time, for being with us this evening. I'm really touched and grateful. If I qualify for any award at all, it is for choosing the most remarkable parents. I say this not just because it is true, but because I am a product of the teaching, exposure, and love my father lavished upon me for many, many years. Whatever I have managed to accomplish is in large measure thanks to him, and I therefore dedicate this award to his memory with love, respect, and gratitude. You saw a little bit in the video there, but together we ventured in a number of sectors, companies, geographies, and philanthropies, each thrilling and interesting in their own way. But because the Foschini Group was the moving passion of his life, and as time went on of mine, I ask your indulgence as I dwell just for a moment on that part of my and my family's story. My father bought his interest, as you saw in the video, in what was then simply Foschini Limited in 1957, after a series of family tragedies, again, that you saw, and the loss of control of Lewis Stores by my family, which was obviously a tragedy, and Lewis Stores had been established by my grandfather, and my father had actually worked there, as had my uncles. So it was a great loss to the family. But as young as I can remember, TFG has been an integral part of my life. I took immense pride and pleasure in its growth and success over the years and cherish my participation in this remarkable story. It is therefore most fitting that Anthony Thunstrom is here tonight. Under his bold leadership, further significant investment and growth has taken place, again, as you saw. The group now comprises some 5,000 stores, 35 brands, 50,000 people worldwide. We're particularly proud, again, as the video mentioned, that we have almost single-handedly, with the help of government, recreated, resurrected, if you like, the textile manufacturing industry in South Africa, and we're now pushing into other forms of manufacturing, including furniture and even jewelry. TFG is the living manifestation that, in my father's words, one can do good and benefit society through business. I will never forget visiting a TFG factory not so very long ago and encountering a machinist. She came up to me to express her gratitude for the investment that we had made in the factory and the job that she had as a result. With deep emotion, she described the number of people living off the income she was now able to bring in. The expression on her face and in her eyes said it all. At TFG, we shall never forget that it is our sacred mission to grow and provide worthwhile employment, especially in this country, which is so in need of jobs and innovation. TFG has boundless optimism in the future of this beautiful land. It is investing at record levels in people, training, technology, stores, factories, logistics, and its digital ecosystem called Bash, which is now the most downloaded app in South Africa. Last financial year alone, I'll give you a few brief statistics. Capital expenditure was over 2 billion, topping off a decade in which 12 billion was invested. And if you add to that acquisitions, something like 20 billion over the last decade. The years ahead will see this continue, and it will make a profound impact on all TFG stakeholders and the country as a whole. It is, again, as mentioned in the video, a particular satisfaction that TFG has attained a level 2 BBBEE score. It is the envy of our sector and underlines our unshakable commitment to train, develop, and transform. TFG's people, values, and culture are its greatest assets, and it is with indescribable pride and pleasure that the combined efforts of so many people over so many decades have resulted in the company my father always envisaged when he said, "I want to plant roots so deep that what I create will survive me and be an asset to society." Safeguarding and building upon that legacy is what I care about most in my position as chairman of the Foschini Group, and is Anthony's mission as we pursue our dynamic growth agenda. I truly believe the TFG story is just getting started. In closing, I'd like to say how humbled I am to receive an award which is in honor of the memory of a woman that I admired very much, a great icon, Helen Suzman. I acknowledge and thank Absa, and while I do that, not only for the role Absa has played this evening, but I want to tell everybody here, and Absa, I hope you remember it, and I'm sure you do, that in the tough days of COVID, you were the first bank, one of the first banks, to stand behind TFG as we faced those very uncertain days. I'd also like to thank the remarkable Howard. Howie, I'm going to call you Howie even though we don't know each other very well. That tour de force of the Jewish contribution to South Africa was something quite extraordinary. I really commend you for it. It was really quite breathtaking, and so I thank you, and obviously the South African Jewish Report. And as ever, Nati, Francis, Wendy, the entire Kirsch family and the Kirsch Foundation for not only their generosity for this evening, but their ambitious global philanthropy, which is noted by all. Once again, my profound thanks for the award. I really appreciate it. I'm grateful. Good night, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Michael Lewis. Another extraordinary story about our ancestors coming to this country and creating from nothing. And Michael's grandfather, of course, was a hawker. We called them smoses. My grandfather was also a smose, John Chabalala, who arrived and started selling donkeys to the German army during World War I, becoming the first Jew to hand the German army their ass as far back as 1914. And as I look at that beautiful couple together, I think to myself, if Princess Diana's niece is married to Michael Lewis and Melissa Cohen is married to Hunter Biden, maybe we do rule the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's just getting harder and harder to deny. And Kitty, I just wanted to say this because I believe you guys have a 32-year age gap. Is that correct? And I know that isn't easy because my parents, and I'm not making this up, they had a 32-year age gap. They met at my mom's 21st. My dad was 56 years old. She was 21. Her parents came to his place of employment the next week and told him to call it off. They said, "You have to call this off immediately. It's outrageous." Okay. My dad said, "Okay," because he was intimidated by my gran, even though she was 12 years older than him. Even though he was 12 years older than her, is what I meant to say. But I was nervous because I was looking at Howie, who wants me to get on with the show. I'm just saying, Kitty, that it's not, basically my parents, they met there, and my dad started ghosting my mom because of that. And in those days, ghosting, you didn't just not reply to a WhatsApp. You just didn't respond to telegrams for months. And then eventually, he hand-delivered an aubergine to her doorstep, Iva Ichikovitz. But she didn't know what he meant because he was ahead of his time. And then finally, they got back together because she said, "No, this is my Jewish Jewish blesser, even though he was an unemployed potter with seborrheic dermatitis, which he picked up in World War II at the Battle of Tobruk, which he survived because he was actually evacuated out with seborrheic dermatitis, which he called crutch trouble, and ended up in Cairo General Hospital number 5, where he ran into his best friend, Major Cecil Golding, who had crash-landed his Tomahawk. He was flying for the RAF, and he'd been shot down by a Messerschmitt pilot by the name of Hans Diebel in the Western Desert and crash-landed, and they actually shot each other down. The German and Cecil Golding shot each other down in the desert. The planes were lying there. The German's plane was on fire. Cecil Golding pulled the German Hans Diebel away from the wreckage. He was unconscious. Half an hour later, an armored tank appeared over the horizon. They didn't know if it was friend or foe. It turned out to be Kolonel Koos van der Merwe, so friend and foe at the same time. And he got out the back of his tank and said, "Julle ouens moet baie dors wees. You must be very thirsty. Can I offer you a drink?" Because like a typical Dutchman, he built a bar in the back of his tank, ladies and gentlemen. Cecil Golding, the German actually said, "I'll have a Pilsner." He woke up. Cecil Golding said, "You'll have a glass of shut the hell up because you're my prisoner." And then Cecil Golding, and you wouldn't know the story if it wasn't for my dad's seborrheic dermatitis. You wouldn't know the story of World War II. You wouldn't know that Cecil Golding then came back to South Africa, survived the war, married Pam Golding, and that's the backstory behind Pam Golding Properties. I'm just saying, Kitty, that it's wonderful. I'm a product of a 32-year age gap. They didn't even know they were pregnant with me. They were on a trip. They ended up in Pietermaritzburg. My mom was feeling nauseous. They went to the doctor. He did the test. It came back positive. And she was 23 but looked 16. He said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant. Here's a lolly." And then the receptionist said, "This is awkward. Your dad's waiting for you outside." But it was my dad. And then they got the hell out of Pietermaritzburg immediately because she was antenatal. And 9 months later, that's a joke about antenatal as well as antenatal that nobody got. And then 9 months later, Lady Kitty, I was born in a converted stable, making me one of only 2 Jewish in the last 2,000 years to have been born in a stable. Ladies and gentlemen, our final entertainment of the night. For those of you thinking of leaving at this point, you will be named and shamed in this Friday's edition of the Jewish Report. Please, would you welcome back on stage my ex-best friend, Art Matthews.
A symphony, play with me, look into my eyes and see. People walk away but never say goodbye. Someone stole the moon tonight, took my light. Everything is black and white. Who's the fool who told you boys don't cry? Hours and hours in power. Life is no game, but it's ours. While the time goes wild, every day I'm losing my mind, holding on in this mysterious ride, dancing in the storm. I've got nothing to hide. Take it all and leave this world behind. Baby, promise me you'll hold me again. I'm still broken from this hurricane. This hurricane. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take the time to acknowledge my brothers on the house band tonight. Your right, my left. A little round of applause, please. Living in a fantasy, ecstasy, everything is meant to be. We shall pass, but love will never die. Hours and hours and hours. Life is no game, but it's ours. While the time goes wild, every day everybody. Love you too, buddy.
One more time for Art Matthews. Give it up for all of our talented performers tonight. Thank you to all of our sponsors, L'chaim to the organizers. Let's give it up for all tonight's winners. And everybody who didn't win tonight. Let's give it up for you, Dr. Paul Davis. If you won, stay for a whiskey. If you didn't win, have a purr of coffee. It's been an honor hosting you. Thank you all. Good night. See you in 14 years' time at the 2038 Jewish Achievers Awards. Thank God. Please God. Baruch Hashem. Amen. Tut, 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 tut.
So that was last year on the exact same night.